stay here, and you need to focus on that logo, and you need to take one picture, back, front. That's it. Huh? Ingia. சென்ட்ரலியா இல்லை அது வழின்றதுனால தான் வச்சுருக்கோம். யார் வச்சது அது ஆக்சுவலி யார் செட்டப் பண்ணது? மேபி வி கேன் கோ ஃபார் ட்ரையல். இந்த ரூம்லாம் கிடையாது நம்ம. ஓ கீழே தான் இருந்துச்சு அது. ஆக்சுவலி அஜெண்டாவில் என்ன வச்சுருக்கீங்க? நான் சொல்கிறேன். John KC, he is doing. Yeah. You have access for his doors. That one also. Yeah. Full wide camera. That you need to speak. Yeah, you need to speak.
Oh yeah. That is speaker. That is speaker.
Yes, 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 sorry.
Can you close it, please?
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. We are just 1 minute away from starting the program. If you're still outside, please head into the hall so we can begin shortly. Please take your seats and get settled in if you haven't already. We have a fantastic lineup and we are excited to share it with you. Thank you for your attention. Good morning, esteemed delegates, honored guests, and vibrant youth leaders from around the globe. My name is Sakshi Lamsal, and I am deeply privileged to serve as a master of the ceremony for this remarkable 4th International Youth Forum on Sustainable Development Goals and Human Rights here at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok. As a proud representative from Nepal, I bring with me the spirit of resilience and innovation that defines our youth today. With a deep passion for storytelling and connecting with audiences, I've had the privilege of working on national television as a presenter and modeling in television's commercials. As a media professional and passionate advocate for meaningful youth engagement, I believe in our collective power to drive social change. Today, we have gathered here not just to share ideas, but to ignite inspiration and action. And I'm thrilled to guide you through this inspiring event, and I look forward to making this a memorable experience for all of us. To empower young people to take meaningful action on some of the world's most pressing challenges, the International Youth Forum on Human Rights and Sustainable Development Goals was established in 2017 as a dynamic platform for change. The 2024 edition of the IYF on Human Rights and Sustainable Development Goals is organized by the Sustainable Development Council in collaboration with leading international NGOs. This forum brings together youth leaders, activists, policymakers, and experts from over 90 countries. Our mission is to foster meaningful dialogue, share innovative solutions, and develop strategies to advance human rights and the SDGs. We are gathered here today, united by our shared commitment to the future, a future where human rights and sustainable development work hand in hand. Together, we represent the powerful voices of youth, standing a changemaker for the global challenge of today and tomorrow. It's so wonderful to see so many passionate individuals gather here today, united by a common goal, partnering with youth to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We are privileged to be joined by the representatives of intergovernmental organizations, human rights advocates, and leaders in sustainable development. I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our honorable ambassadors, keynote speakers, panelists, whose wisdom and vision will guide us through these discussions. It's again my pleasure to welcome you all to this vibrant gathering here in Bangkok, Thailand, a city known for its rich culture, stunning temples, bustling markets, and warm hospitality. As a hub of innovation and tradition, Bangkok is the perfect backdrop for our discussions and exchanges today. Before we dive into sessions, I want to express deep gratitude to our partners, supporters, and the United Nations for providing this platform to amplify youth voices and all those who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. Now, to officially commence our event, I now invite Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder of the International Youth Forum, to share his thoughts with us. Growing up amidst Nepal's civil war, Mr. KC developed a profound understanding of the importance of human rights, witnessing the struggles and resilience of his community. This early experience ignited his passion for justice, leading him to become a dedicated advocate for human rights. Just at the age of 12, he discovered Youth for Human Rights International, and since then, he has spearheaded grassroots efforts to raise awareness about human rights, both in Nepal and on the global stage. His work has empowered countless young people through workshops, seminars, and campaigns, encouraging them to become active agents of positive change in their communities. Mr. KC's unwavering dedication to uplifting youth voices and fostering a culture of human rights has made a lasting impact. We are deeply grateful for his presence today, and we look forward to the insights he will share. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting Mr. KC on the stage for his opening remarks and to extend an official welcome on the stage, please.
Thank you, Ms. Lamsal. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, excellencies, dear friends, good morning and welcome to the fourth session of International Youth Forum on Human Rights and Sustainable Development Goals. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today as a co-founder of this remarkable forum, which has grown into a significant platform to youth engagement and action on global issues. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to United Nations and our host, the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok, for providing us with this prestigious venue. Your support and commitment to youth empowerment and sustainable development goals are truly commendable. Dear friends, as we gather here today, we are reminded of the immense potential and responsibility that we, the youth, hold in shaping the future. This forum is not just a meeting of minds. It is an intersection of passion, innovation, and determination to create a world where human rights are upheld and sustainable development goals are achieved. Over the next 2 days, we'll engage in meaningful discussion, share our experiences, and develop strategies to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time. From climate action to gender equality, from quality education to decent work and economic growth, our agenda is ambitious, but our result. Dear friends, this year marks the 4th edition of International Youth Forum, and I'm proud to say that our journey has nothing short of inspiring. Since our inception in 2017, we had brought together youth leaders, activists, policymakers, and experts from over 90 countries. Together, we have fostered international partnership, built lasting friendship, and make significant strides towards our shared goal. To date, we have engaged over 10,000 young people in various initiatives and projects. Our effort has contributed to the education for more than 500,000 children in unreserved communities. And we have planted over 50,000 trees as a part of our climate action campaign. Additionally, Our advocacy work has reached millions through social media, raising awareness about critical issues such as human trafficking, gender-based violence, and environmental sustainability. However, our work is far from today. Today, we face a world where 1.3 tons of food are thrown out or destroyed annually, while millions goes hungry. Universal health coverage remains a distinct dream for many, and 773 million people worldwide still cannot read and write. Gender equality and political equality are the goals we must continue to strive for, as women and marginalized groups still face significant barriers. Dear friends, access to clean water and sanitation is another critical issue. In many developing countries, the lack of these basic necessities deprive children and young girls of the right to education. The Paris Agreement and the push for clean energy are crucial steps towards mitigating climate change, yet we must do more to ensure these commitments are met. Dear friends, youth unemployment is a major challenge, with around 220 million young people without job and many more underemployed. Responsible consumption and production are essential to address the waste management generated by such as fashion and glamour industries, which contribute significantly to the environment degradation. Climate action is urgent, and as more than 110 million people who have become climate refugees, emphasizing the need for both mitigation and adaptation strategies. Currently, there are as many as 63 and other type of armed conflict in the world, involving approximately 300,000 child soldiers. These conflicts not only devastate communities, but also rob children from their innocence and future. Additionally, 4.3 million people are stateless, lacking the basic rights and protection that come with citizenship. Stateless individuals often faces severe human rights violations, including limited access to education, healthcare, employment, leaving them vulnerable and marginalized. Dear friends, youth participation in political engagement is crucial for addressing these global issues. By advocating for policies that facilitate youth involvement in decision-making process, we can ensure that the voices of young people are heard and their perspectives are considered. Suitable policy changes include lowering voting age in some countries, creating youth advisory council, and implementing educational programs that promote civic engagement and political literacy. Dear friends, lastly, we must come on to the peace, justice, and strong institution. War, child soldiers, and corruption are interconnected with human rights violations. The Corruption Perception Index highlights the pervasive nature of corruption and its impact on societies worldwide. SDG 16 is cross-cutting across all dimensions of SDGs and is crucial for their achievement. As we embark on a new chapter, let us remember that strength lies in our unity. By working together, we can transform our ideas into action and our action into the tangible outcomes. Let's be the generation that not only dream a better world, for actively work to create it. In closing, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your dedication and commitment. Your presence here today is a testament to the power of youth and the impact we can make. I also want to extend my gratitude to all the delegates who have made their way to Bangkok. I wish your engaging and productive deliberation over the next 2 days, and we discuss and progress towards our SAIL goal. Thank you so much. I wish you all the productive and enriching forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. KC. Your dedication to creating a world where every young voice is heard and valued serves as a powerful reminder of the change we all can be a part of. We're grateful for your insights today and the incredible work you continue to do in uplifting and empowering young people around the world. Let's give him another round of applause for his valuable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally begin the auspicious occasion, It is my great honor and privilege to welcome Her Excellency Mrs. EAS Winjawati Idhar Singh, Ambassador of Sri Lanka to Kingdom of Thailand and Permanent Representative to SCAP. We're truly privileged to have her with us today, and we invite you to the stage to share your opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency to the stage, please.
Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder International Youth Forum, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, distinguished guests, dear youth delegates, Aibowan, Sawadika, very good morning, Assalamu alaikum, Namaste, Hola. I'm glad to be here today to address the 4th International Youth Forum on SDG and Human Rights. Today, I stand before you to discuss the vital topic not only within the border of Sri Lanka, but also across the globe, the role of international cooperations and diplomacy in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, and human rights. Achieving the SDG goals takes planning and required actions that are personal as well as organizational. There has always been mutually between diplomacy and sustainable developments. The SDG presented a universal call to actions aimed at ending poverty, protecting the planets, and ensuring prosperity for all by 2030. For Sri Lanka, a nation rich in culture, diversity, and natural beauty, those goals presents both an opportunity and a challenge. As we navigate our path towards sustainable developments, the importance of international collaboration cannot be overstated. The government of Sri Lanka has established the Sri Lankan Sustainable Development Council by Act number 19 of 2017, which is a nodal government institution with responsibility for coordinations, facilitations, monitoring, evaluations, and reporting on the implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. First and foremost, international cooperation enabling Sri Lanka to mobilize essential resources. Through diplomatic relations, we can access financial assistance, technical experts from countries and international organizations committed to supporting our development journey. Secondly, international diplomacy, fostering an engagement environment of knowledge sharing by engaging with our global partners. We can learn from their experiences and best practices. Capacity build initiative allow us to tailor solutions that address our unique challenges while benefiting from the success of others. Furthermore, trade and economic cooperation play a pivotal roles by enhancing our diplomatic ties. We can create sustainable trade practices that benefit our economy, attending foreign direct investment in green technology and corporate industries, not only strengthening our economy, but also align with our commitments to the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot overlook the significance of environment protections. Global agreements such as the Paris Agreement are essential in our fight against climate change and biodiversity loss. International cooperation also enhancing our efforts to promote human rights and social inclusions. By partnering our global organizations, we can ensure the marginalized communities are given a voice in the development process. In conclusion, the path to the achieving sustainable development goal is paved with the bricks of international cooperation and diplomacy. As we look together across border and culture, we can create a world that is not only sustainable, but also just and inclusive. Let us commit ourselves for forging strong partnership, sharing knowledge, and mobilizing resources for common goal. Together we can turn the vision of the SDGs and protecting human rights into a reality, ensuring a better future of you and me, generation for future. I wish you all very best successful event today. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for being here today and sharing your perspective. A big round of applause to Her Excellency one more time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is again my honor and privilege to welcome His Excellency Mr. Pavel Pitel, Ambassador of the Czech Republic to the Kingdom of Thailand. Your Excellency, we are truly grateful for your presence here today, and we invite you to the stage to share your opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
Excellencies, dear youth participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all, and allow me to congratulate the organizers for this year's International Youth Forum. I am glad to join the distinguished speakers as well as so many young, enthusiastic people from all around the world. The main theme, or one of the main themes of this forum, is partnering with the youth to achieve SDG, moving from policy to action, and how do we move from policy to action, probably not only by talking, but I think talking and exchanging ideas is a very good first step. Therefore, in the next few minutes, I would like to share with you some insights from the Czech Republic on the importance of the 2030 agenda and meaningful youth participation. Let me start by saying that a few weeks ago, our world leaders met at the United Nations in New York at the Summit of the Future. There they adopted 3 outcome documents: the Pact for the Future, Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. This document reaffirms that the international community has a collective commitment to peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. The Pact for the Future sends a clear message that the sustainable development and the realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms are interdependent and mutually reinforcing. As our world becomes ever more digital, there is also growing need to underline that human rights, fundamental freedoms, and human dignity must be promoted, protected, and fulfilled equally offline as well as online. The Pact, together with the Declaration on Future Generations, stresses the need to consider the long-term impacts of today's decision on the future generations. It also underlines the necessity to develop decision-making processes that are evidence-based and make the best use of science and data. The Declaration recognizes that creating a more inclusive and sustainable society requires the empowerment of youth and their involvement in shaping policies that will affect their future. What is also important to note is that at the summit, the world leaders reaffirmed the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals as the global roadmap to sustainable development. The main message of the summit is that we have to redouble our efforts towards SDGs, that human rights are at the center of the 2030 Agenda, and then that the role of youth and its participation is crucial for turning SDGs into reality. My country is very much supports the emphasis on the meaningful youth engagement in policy and decision-making processes. Our own history has taught us few lessons about safeguarding future for all. It's not by accident that 35 years ago, a youth movement demanding healthier environment largely contributed to a huge change in my own country and a better future of my country and the young generation. Ever since then, we have been striving to build upon benefits of civic participation, youth engagement, the rule of law, as well as effective and accountable institutions. Czechia therefore strongly support, especially SDG number 16, that is at the heart of this forum as a catalyst for a sustainable future for all. Dear participants, allow me to share with you a few specific examples of the Czech youth participation in the 2030 agenda. We appreciate the progress and achievements made since the establishment of the United Nations Youth Office in strengthening meaningful youth participation in all UN processes. Czechia also takes part in the UN Youth Delegate Program, which enables young people from all over the world to attend intergovernmental meetings at the UN. Czech youth delegates participate every year in meetings of the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, the UN Climate Change Conference, and others. We strive for systematic involvement of youth in decision-making processes at the national level, and we establish advisory bodies representing youth, for example, Youth Panel at the Ministry of Education, that is currently actively involved in the preparation of the Czech government's youth strategy for the next 7 years. Since 1995, Czech youth has been also participating in the UN Volunteers Program. The participants work directly with the UN offices across the world on various issues, covering also sustainable development. Czechia is a very proud contributor to the Special Voluntary Fund. The UN Volunteers Program represents another excellent opportunity how to contribute through the UN to the SDGs implementation. If you have a chance, ask for more information from your country institutions that cooperate with the program. On a more global scale, Czechia sees clearly how the young generation prioritize education, addressing climate change and the fight against violence in its SDG efforts. Education system that provides inclusive, equitable, and quality education are a key tool for achieving a more sustainable world. They must offer learning opportunities for all without discrimination of any kind. They must promote gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. Women and girls must also have equal access to digital education to overcome the gender-digital divide. Quality education is also key to building more resilient societies. The current unprecedented spread of false and misleading information, mainly through digital means, poses significant risk in terms of greater polarization, undermining trust in democratic institutions, and increasing people's anxiety about the future. Dealing with this challenge requires a whole-of-society approach. During this forum, you will also surely discuss the implications of climate change for youth. Climate change constitutes an existential threat to all of humanity, but the youth are in a particularly vulnerable position today because it is them who will have to live with the consequences of climate change in the future. Czechia continues to advocate for a stronger global response to climate change, and we are ready to work with all the international partners to ensure successful outcome of the next UN climate conference that is to be held in November in Baku. Last but not least, on a global security issue that poses risk to children and young people are various forms of violence facilitated by electronic and digital means. As our lives are increasingly taking place online, it is essential to find appropriate solutions to prevent technology-facilitated violence. This approach also needs to be applied to other and new emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, which must be human-centric, ethical, and responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that a sustainable world is fairer, more prosperous, and above all, safer. To get there, we have the 2030 Agenda and its SDG as our roadmap. As we move forward, let us keep in mind that even a small step we all take today brings us closer to the sustainable future for all. We can also on the way draw inspiration from the great figures of history and to follow their example. One of them could be our late president, Mr. Václav Havel, who used to say about hope. He said, "Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but it is the certainty that something makes sense regardless of how it turns out." So let us have this kind of certainty that our effort today makes sense. And I wish you excellent and inspiring discussion, and thank once again to the organizers for the kind invitation, and thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the insights and encouragement you have shared with us. A big round of applause to His Excellency one more time. Moving forward, now it is my great privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Sandor Sipos, Ambassador of the Hungary to the Kingdom of Thailand, to share his insights and words of wisdom with us. We're honored to have you with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
Honorable co-founders, honorable presidents, excellencies, distinguished participants. All of our efforts put in the education of youth, as well as in the sustainable development, is an investment. Investment in the future, investment into our common future. That's the reason why it is my great honor to hold a speech today here at the 4th International Youth Forum on SDGs and Human Rights. Not only the Hungarian government, but also myself personally believe that the future is in the hand of young people. Therefore, in Hungary, we place a strong emphasis on supporting youth and involving young people in global affairs. In this spirit, the Hungarian government provides the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship opportunity to more than 90 beneficiary countries worldwide in 5 different continents, including the Kingdom of Thailand. Every year, Hungary offers 12,000 scholarships all over the world, including 40 scholarships for Thai students. As a major social resource, young people are shaping the future. One of our main objectives is to encourage young people's international engagement through individual opportunities, such as the UN Youth Program. Since the launch of the program in Hungary in 2016, we have been strengthening it every year through national cooperation. In the international dimension, we have advocated the launch of the program in several meetings in UN member states that do not have it. Our world is becoming less and less stable, less and less peaceful. Global crises, such as COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing war in Ukraine, uncertainty in the Middle East, are major obstacles affecting the future of young generation and the achievement of the SDGs. Our challenges are interconnected and can only be addressed through multilateralism. The UN must be at the center of this effort and provide the framework for this work. The Summit of the Future, which took place in 2024 September, provided an excellent opportunity to reaffirm the UN Charter and multilateralism, to recommit to the implementation of existing international commitments and goals, but most importantly, to restore trust between member states. The fact that the summit succeeded in adopting the Pact for Future and its 2 annexes by consensus is an encouraging development for the future of multilateralism. The focus from now on should be on the follow-up of the Summit of the Future, in which Hungary is ready to play its part. Our country still believes in the power of diplomacy and the peaceful resolution of disputes. But for there to be peace, the entire international community, the UN, the member states, the leaders of the member states, everyone must play their part in leading the way for peace. Hungary is strongly committed to the reinforcement of the Agenda 2030 and the vision of the brighter future through the implementation of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. The implementation of the goals of Agenda 2030, adopted by the UN member states in September 2015, is of utmost importance for Hungary. Budapest has been actively contributing the elaboration of the Sustainable Development Goals as co-chair the working group. We are also devoted to strengthening all three pillars of sustainable development. A strong and credible environment and climate protection policy is the basis of a family-friendly strategy because it ensures a healthy environment and a sustainable life for present and future generations. Our country's approach to sustainability involves integrating family welfare into policymaking, recognizing that decisions made today will directly impact the lives and opportunities available to future generations. Hungary considers universal access to clean water and sanitation as the most important element of sustainable development. Given that water is a crucial element in social, economic, and environmental development and serves as a fundamental component for many other sustainable development goals, we believe that tackling water challenges is essential for achieving the broader global objectives. Hungary and the Philippines are the co-chair for the Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Group of Friends. In 2023, in close cooperation with World Health Organization, we have initiated a United Nations General Assembly resolution that was adopted with consensus aimed at enhancing Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Group of Friends services in health facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, each year the Sustainable Development Solution Network publishes the Sustainable Development Report, highlighting UN member states' progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The 2024 report ranks Hungary 20th in the global ranking out of 167 countries surveyed. According to the 2024 data, Hungary is on track to meet Sustainable Development Goal 1 on poverty eradication and has made significant progress toward achieving SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities. We are convinced that sustainable development is still a viable objective and that it is our common responsibility to do everything in our power to make it reality. I would like to conclude my congratulations to all of the stakeholders who contributed to making today's event come true. I wish you all a very successful forum and much strength to fulfill the theme of this year, to move from policy to action, an aim which is beyond any doubt very topical, but at the same time also one of the biggest challenges of today's world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Sandra Sipos, for such a warm and inspiring welcome. Your words have truly set the stage for today's event. A big round of applause to His Excellency one more time. Next, we have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Patrick Bourne, Ambassador of the Republic of Ireland to the Kingdom of Thailand. Excellency, we eagerly anticipate your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
Thank you, everybody. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Patrick Bourne. I'm the Ambassador of Ireland to the Kingdom of Thailand. In Irish foreign policy, amongst our priorities are the promotion of the Sustainable Development Goals, the promotion of human rights, and engagement with youth around the world. So this event today ticks all the boxes for me, and I'd like to thank the International Youth Forum organisers and the Sustainable Development Council for organising this fourth edition of the event. And for bringing us all together here today for this very, very important conference. 25% of the population of the world are aged between 10 and 24 years old. So the youth of the world are not just the future, they're very much the present. So that gives all the more, I think, priority and importance to our discussions today. Ireland is a country which has, I think, long been positively associated with the promotion and development of human rights in the world. We're very proud of our record within the United Nations. We're very proud of our record when we've been members of the UN Security Council on promoting democracy, human rights, and other values of Ireland and of the European Union. We're very proud of the fact that Mary Robinson was a very effective United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights during her term with the organisation, and we're very proud of the contribution we've made in many ways to developing the human rights frameworks and human rights mechanisms in international fora and within Europe and the world. We're also proud of our contribution to the development of the Sustainable Development Goals process. Ireland was part of a group which drove the Millennium Development Goals process, the predecessor of the SDGs, and along with Kenya was selected by the United Nations to be the co-facilitators of the SDG development process, culminating in the adoption of the 17 goals and the 169 targets. So Ireland feels a certain ownership and a certain parentage of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's very important for us to therefore show leadership, I think, in this area. And there are two very important points that I think Ireland brought to that process and brings to its continuing implementation and follow-on today, and that is the centrality of human rights in the SDG process. They're not economic, they're not purely physical or scientific. Human rights are right at the core of the SDG process. The other aspect, I think, is the centrality of youth in the process. Again, Ireland, along with Kenya, was absolutely adamant and insisted that youth should be a part of the process, youth should be a part of the discussion, youth should be a part of the follow-on. And I think that's something that we're very proud of to this day also. And we not only talk the talk when it comes to that, I think we also walk the walk. And in terms of our own implementation plans for the SDGs, we've involved youth right from the start. From 2015 to 2018, the National Youth Council was tasked with developing a process to engage youth in the consultation process, in the monitoring process, in the implementation process of the SDGs, which culminated in some important surveys, important reports, important conferences that gave us the insights of Irish youth into the process, not only in terms of the SDG challenges within Ireland, but also globally. This was included in our implementation plans for the SDGs to this day. And there was a very important and very insightful report done in 2023 as part of our voluntary national report, and included in that report to the United Nations on youth considerations of the SDGs. This was done in the aftermath of COVID, and it asked the youth of Ireland to look at the state of play in relation to implementation of the SDGs under the two great policy headings, I suppose you would call them, leave no one behind and building back better. And in terms of broad headlines, the youth of Ireland concluded that people were being left behind, that the SDGs were proceeding inconsistently and in an unequal way, and that there was a high degree of discrimination influencing outcomes in relation to the SDGs. One of the prime areas they identified in terms of discrimination was discrimination against youth, the exclusion of youth from the process, the exclusion of youth from decision making, the exclusion of youth from the positive outcomes. They also identified discrimination against people living in poverty, against minorities, and against people with disabilities. And in that regard, I should come clean and say that I have a severe visual impairment. So if my speech is not quite as polished as some of the other ambassadors up there, that's because I'm afraid I'm not able to read from a script. So some of this is coming from the notes I brought up here, and some from memory. So bear with me if I fluff my lines. In terms of building back better, their insights were very influenced by their experience of the COVID pandemic. And they felt that the lockdowns imposed in particular had taken a great toll on them in many ways. They identified diminished educational outcomes and educational achievements as a particular problem. And a very, very particular problem, which I was discussing with some of the delegates earlier, was the impact on their mental health caused by COVID and caused by the lockdowns. So they identified some very clear recommendations for government. One of them was that there was a need to greatly improve youth participation in consultation and decision-making across all areas of policy and public service in Ireland and more broadly. That there was a need to invest significantly in improved health, and particularly in mental health services and mental health outcomes. that there was a need for better transport connectivity to ensure that people were not isolated as they had been during COVID, and particularly youth, and also a need to invest in and develop more safe spaces, recreational facilities and so forth to ensure that kind of isolation was not repeated. Specifically in relation to the SDG agenda, they identified 7 of the 17 targets that they believed were priorities for Ireland, and areas where Ireland needed to work harder and could contribute more globally. Not surprisingly, some of these were the ones that have been mentioned by previous speakers. The elimination of poverty, a very strong one. They identified the need to create more and better paid employment, to improve housing, which has become a real challenge in Ireland as well as in many other countries. In terms of health, they identified a need for greater investment in health services for women, for those poor and minorities that identified earlier. In terms of education, they identified a need to avoid, as I said, some of the issues that had led to the diminished outcomes during COVID, greater investment in education at all levels, and particularly early learning and childhood levels, and in youth services. They identified a strong need for increased investment in the whole area of gender equality, particularly in relation to those with those identifying non-binary genders. Gender-based violence, which was an issue identified, and also in relation to more traditional areas of gender inequality. And again, they made very practical suggestions and recommendations, including, for example, that young women throughout the education cycle should be entitled to free period products in order to eliminate period poverty, which identified as a challenge. And I think that's interesting, even in one of the wealthiest countries in Western Europe in the 21st century, that can be identified as an obstacle and a challenge, I think is really, really interesting. They identified the inequality as a continuing issue for Ireland, and made strong recommendations about how to address that. Climate action, they said that youth could make a real difference simply by raising their voices, by protesting, by getting out there on the streets and highlighting these issues and shouting and demanding action by governments. And I think that's a very important point, that whole importance of advocacy, the importance of raising voices, which youth can do, even in the absence of voting rights in many countries for those aged under 18. And they also identified the importance of Goal 16 and the need for peace, for justice, and for strengthened institutions. And they emphasised that as being particularly important in Ireland because of our history of conflict with the Northern Ireland Troubles. And the fact that the Good Friday Agreement, with its institutions which enshrined and strengthened human rights, equality, measures against discrimination, and measures to ensure balanced power sharing and inclusive power sharing were vitally important and could have valuable lessons to teach other areas of policy making and other areas of government. They identified challenges to youth participation in the process. One interesting one was a lack of knowledge about the Sustainable Development Goals. Their surveys showed that 25% of Irish youth had never heard of the Sustainable Development Goals and had no idea what they were, which I think is a fascinating thing again in the 21st century in one of the, I suppose, what would be regarded as wealthiest and highest education achieving countries in the European Union and Western Europe. But there you have it. We have a job to do even in raising awareness and knowledge of the SDGs themselves. They identified continuing youth exclusion from consultation and decision making. They identified the exclusion of youth from actually the democratic process through the voting age being kept at 18 as a severe obstacle, and many other challenges I think that are there, including one that they felt that there was an attitude amongst those holding power and amongst, I suppose, the adult population that participation in decision making was somehow a privilege, and that youth had not quite earned it. That was a strong sense coming from the youth as well, which I thought was interesting. But they were proud also of what Ireland was doing on the global stage, and particularly proud of Ireland's contribution at the UN, Ireland's contribution to its aid programme, and Ireland's contribution through advocacy for democracy, for human rights, and for peace and justice around the world. So a very strong endorsement of our foreign policy in that regard. The government has responded and has constantly sought to feed that youth insights into our policy making and into our contribution. And in our various national implementation plans, we've taken on board those insights. We have not only met but exceeded our targets in relation to employment creation. We have invested very significantly in education, including in early learning and preschool education, and 97% of all children in Ireland are now able to benefit from 2 years of free government-provided pre-primary school early learning, which I think is quite impressive. There's been huge investment in women's health in particular. Not enough yet in mental health, but the current Irish government is about to pass a new Mental Health Act to greatly increase resources in that sector. There's been strong attention paid to the concerns as regards gender equality and particularly LGBTIQ plus rights in Ireland. And Ireland, as you know, was the first country in the world to legalise same-sex marriage by way of an overwhelming public endorsement in a public referendum in 2015, which again is something we're very, very proud of. In terms of the concerns about inequalities, Ireland has passed a national action plan on racism and discrimination, which is very much inspired and guided by the comments of youth. So, you know, as with other speakers, we have done a lot in Ireland, but we still have a long way to go. We have also, you know, one of the particular challenges in the area of climate action. Ireland is making progress. We reduced our overall carbon emissions last year by 6%. This year we're on target to reduce them by between 8 and 9%. We've passed a climate action law, and we're making huge progress in relation to developing a circular economy in Ireland in order to produce sustainability again. Again, a lot of that driven by youth recommendations and youth policies. And in the context of being ambassador to Thailand, one of the things I'm very proud of is the fact that we have partnered with a Thailand-based company, Indorama Ventures, to develop in Ireland a plant which, I have some props here, can take 18 of these awful, disgusting, single-use plastic bottles that litter our beaches and our oceans and so forth, and turn them into one of these, which is a very comfortable, very nice t-shirt. So congratulations to them. And I hope that would meet with the approval of Rahul, who earlier mentioned the gender-driven fashion industry of disposable. So this is a nice example of a recycled T-shirt, and it's quite gender-neutral, I think, as well, and probably not very fashionable. So it ticks all the boxes. So that's just one example, I think, of something good. And I should probably wind up now. Look, as with other countries and other speakers, Ireland also attended and played a leading role at the recent fora in New York. We have recommitted ourselves to the 2030 agenda. We know we still have a lot of work to do to meet all of our targets, but also to help, as part of the European Union, for the EU to reach its targets, and to help globally so that as many as possible of the countries on the earth can reach our targets, and that the world together can reach our targets, because no one can be left behind, and no country can be left behind. We all must reach those targets together. We will have a lot of work to do between now and 2030, but we'll have work to do after 2030 as well. Ireland is determined to be part of that work and part of the solution, and we're determined also to support youth to be part of that work and part of that solution too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Patrick Bourne, for your insightful words. We are truly inspired by the perspective you have shared with us today. A big round of applause to His Excellency one more time. Now it is with a great appreciation that we thank Your Excellency, Mr. Paolo Dionisi, his Ambassador of Italy to the Kingdom of Thailand, for being here today. Your Excellency, we are eager to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, but you especially, you are young leaders of the future. I mean, we trust you because sometimes we look like we are a failed generation, because if we see around, we have wars, we have many problems. Climate change is terrible because of what we didn't do. So we really count on you. My speech probably is going to be bored as all of our speeches, but trust in what you can do. But I'm going to read the speech because somebody wrote for me, so I have to. Otherwise my young collaborators would not work for me anymore. Indeed, it's a great honor and privilege to stand before you today at this International Youth Forum. As I look out at this vibrant gathering of passionate young minds, I'm filled with hope for a future shaped by your courage, your creativity, and your commitment to making our world a better place. And I really trust you. We live in a time of profound change and unprecedented challenges. Wars, climate change, social inequality, and human rights violations are not just headlines. They are stark realities affecting millions of lives around the globe. Yet, amid these challenges, we also witness this incredible power of you, the next generation of leaders. Italy is deeply committed to this vision. As the second largest manufacturer in Europe, fourth largest trading power in the world, and among the first 6 most important contributors to the United Nations, we feel a special responsibility that drives us to pursue a fairer and more sustainable future, where human rights and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are at the heart of our actions. Our dedication to human rights is rooted in our Constitution and the universal principles articulated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We firmly believe that every individual, regardless of their background, has inherent rights that must be respected, protected, and fulfilled. This belief is not just a matter of principle, it is a moral obligation that we take seriously in our diplomatic efforts. Above all, I want to emphasize the critical connection between climate change and human rights. The fight against climate change is not merely an environmental issue, it is a human rights issue. Climate change threatens the very foundations of life: clean air, safe drinking water, and food security. The most vulnerable among us, children, the elderly, and marginalized communities, are often the hardest hit. In this context, Italy's commitment to combating climate change is unwavering. As part of our ongoing G7 presidency, we have prioritized this fight, working diligently to achieve concrete progress in strategic areas. We are focusing on renewable and energy efficiency with a clear aim to reduce methane and CO2 emissions. Our goal is to ensure an equitable and sustainable transition that leaves no one behind. Italy has pledged significant financial support to climate action at COP28. Furthermore, we established the Italian Climate Fund, a robust over 4.5 billion euros investment aimed at assisting developing countries in their transition to greener economies. We believe in a just and inclusive energy transition, one that is ecological but not ideological. It is essential to promote a technology-neutral approach, fostering international cooperation and economic growth that benefits all. Our vision is clear: a world where sustainable development goes hand in hand with respect for human rights. We also contributed significantly to the budget of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Importantly, our approach is characterized by a commitment to constructive engagement rather than paternalism. We believe in combining firmness on principles and values with a supportive and collaborative attitude, respecting the cultural differences of the countries we work with. We are working to achieve concrete progress in strategic areas, including through initiatives like the ESCAP Multi-Donor Trust Fund for Tsunami, Disaster and Climate Preparedness. And this year, as you remember, we commemorate the 20 years since the tsunami. The Trust Fund is a crucial tool in Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands for implementing the Sender Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. As we work to mitigate climate change, we must also turn our attention to the protection of our planet's biodiversity. Sustainable Development Goals remind us of our responsibility to safeguard our oceans and terrestrial ecosystems. Italy is committed to protecting 30% of our lands and marine areas by 2030. The ambitious goal requires not just strong political will, but also significant financial investments. We must promote nature-based solutions that help us combat climate change while ensuring the sustainable management of local systems. For this, we have signed recently an MOU with UN Habitat aims to foster the localization of the SDGs, ensuring that every community, especially the marginalized, has a voice in the decision-making processes that affect their lives. Our diplomatic action is guided by the principles enshrined in our Constitution and the belief in multilateralism as an essential tool for promoting human rights globally. A core tenet of our human rights advocacy is the protection of the most vulnerable. The Italian government is deeply committed to safeguarding children's rights, recognize that the rights of every child are non-negotiable. In conflict zones, the situation for children becomes even more dire, as in Myanmar, where ongoing violence has exacerbated the plight of innocent lives. It is imperative that we intensify our efforts to protect children caught in the crossfire. Another cornerstone of our human rights advocacy is the ongoing struggle against the death penalty. We have played a leading role in the international campaign for a universal moratorium on the death penalty, an initiative that was first approved by UN General Assembly in 2007. As we reflect on these challenges and commitments, I want to reiterate how vital your role is in this journey. You are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but you are the leaders of today. The energy, passion, and creativity you bring to the table are essential for driving the changes we need to see in our world. The SDGs are not distant targets. They are a call to action, an invitation for you to engage, innovate, and inspire change. Whether through grassroots activism, social entrepreneurship, or advocacy, each of you has the power to make a difference. In closing, I urge you to seize this moment, engage with your peers, think, act, and work for a fairer society. Together, we can create, you can create, a future where human rights are not just ideas, but live realities. Let us unite our efforts to promote social justice, environmental sustainability, and human dignity. The journey ahead may be long, but it is a journey worth taking. Italy stands with you, ready to support your efforts as you lead us into a brighter, more equitable future. Thank you for your attention, and let's work together to shape our common future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Paolo Dionisi. Your vision and leadership are truly commendable and have inspired us all. A big round of applause to His Excellency one more time. And as a reminder, we do have the time limitation for each segment to ensure a smooth flow of the event. Moving forward, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Liliana Ferrer Silva, Ambassador of the United Mexican States, Mexico, to the Kingdom of Thailand. We are deeply grateful for the time you have taken to be here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency to the stage, please.
Thank you so much. Muy buenos días. As following the example of my dear colleague, Ambassador of Sri Lanka, in highlighting the importance of various languages present here, and with the participation of all my colleague ambassadors, I'm really, as a past U.S. president used to say, I'm really fired up and ready to go and very motivated with all the messages that have been presented here today. Starting, I would like to congratulate International Youth Forum, Rahul, for getting this very, very important conference going, and congratulate you all for it being the fourth forum, International Youth Forum. So a big round of applause for Rahul, who has not gotten, in my opinion, enough applauses. And like I said, first of all, I want to highlight the importance of language. Language communicates and allows us to get messages across. My dear father, who passed away already, also a Mexican diplomat, I grew up all over the world. He used to say that language is like the soul of the people. If you don't pay enough attention to one language, you're not paying enough attention to the other. So first, a message to all the youth out there: make sure you always take good care of your mother tongue. The second message that I was very motivated by was the message that our Czech colleague ambassador presented to us with a quote of Václav Havel regarding hope. And hope is what I think all of us ambassadors are trying to portray to you today. The fact that it's not the results, the Czech ambassador said, but it's a matter of what the purpose is. So live with a purpose in your life. Make sure that the efforts that you're focusing in, the action that you're focusing in, really has a purpose in life. And there's no better place that we could be in today as this international forum. And the third, obviously, message that I'm very, very excited and motivated and inspired by is the message that our colleague, the ambassador from Ireland, many messages presented to us today, but the one I think that stays with me the most is, again, it has to do with purpose, and it most importantly has to do with involvement and your activism. Your generation, I believe, is par excellence, as they say in French, the generation of activists. But I don't want to only invite your generation to continue being involved in being activists. I think it's so crucial that regardless of the generation that you belong to, and I look a little old with my white hair, but I think we all should include in our CVs the word activists. We all must be committed, and we must join you in that enthusiasm, in that engagement, in that involvement, and regardless of your generation, we must all be activists. So with that, dear delegates to the 4th International Youth Forum of the SDGs and Human Rights, it is an honor for me to have the opportunity to address you today and to share the position and the work of my country, Mexico, regarding the important role that youth is called to play in advancing SDGs while ensuring the respect and defense of human rights, as many of my colleagues have already highlighted. Mexico recognizes the interdependence and the mutual strengthening of human rights and sustainable development. The accelerated approach to addressing human rights-based sustainable development issues, as reflected in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, provides a framework for inclusive progress. With only 6 more years before the deadline for achieving the SDGs, it is clear, as it has also been highlighted before, that we are lagging in achieving them. Interrelated crises intensified by the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, exacerbated inequalities, climate change, and ongoing conflicts are generating adverse effects on food security, nutrition, health, education, environment, peace, security, among others. According to the Sustainable Development Goals Reports 2024, it is estimated that only about 17% of the SDGs will be met. And of the total, about half show moderate progress, and about 30% have seen no progress or have regressed below the 2015 baseline. That is why the word hope and the word activism are so crucial in today's International Youth Forum. A key actor in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its 17 SDGs are youth, considered as agents of change, conducting accelerating actions and joining forces to achieve sustainable development. And youth, again, is what gives us hope. And we must join you. We must not leave you alone. In Mexico, the Executive Secretariat of the National Council for the 2030 Agenda, we also know it as SECNA, hosted by the Ministry of the Economy in Mexico, has proposed a strategy to attend the implementation of the SDGs that consider the agenda beyond an objective and believe that voices of all actors and sectors should be included. And I'm very, very happy and inspired that we are not alone in Mexico, that we have organizations such as Youth for Human Rights International, Mary Shuttleworth, who's the president here, that is also joining forces in countries like Mexico and other countries in Latin America in building this very important effort that we are constructing in my country. For this reason, the SECNA established the Youth Network for the 2030 Agenda in October of 2023, just last year, with the objective of bringing the 2030 Agenda closer to young people, adolescents, and children so that they are aware of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, as well as specific actions of the agenda, among others, through a communication strategy that is accessible and close to their communities, and through what we call youth ambassadors. Youth ambassadors have a support team made up of those in charge of the 2030 Agenda in their respective provincial, or as we call them in Spanish, estados, provincial governments, youth bodies at the provincial level, and the United Nations system in Mexico, so that together they can develop work plans for the benefit of their communities. In addition, they also participate in training programs to strengthen their skills in promoting and implementing the agenda. And in this sense, the network generates tools for young people, aiming to transform them into social leaders who promote sustainable development in their communities. That is what I call youth and child empowerment. In turn, among the objectives of the network, the youth ambassadors conduct dissemination activities on the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs with children, with youth, through visits to their communities and to their schools. And this year, on August 2022, the government of Mexico launched the call for applications to be part of the second generation of the Youth Network of Ambassadors. So we're very excited. This is brand new, and we hope and we know it will grow tremendously. The above reflects Mexico's commitment to the development of girls, boys, and adolescents, not only by considering them as groups in a greater situation of vulnerability, as some of my colleagues have already pointed out, but also as agents of change and essential allies for the achievements of the 2030 Agenda, as I've already explained before. So empowering youth is crucial to building a sustainable future, as young people represent the engine of change and innovation needed to advance the SDGs. My colleague from Ireland already stated that about 25% of the population, of the world population, is younger than 25 years of age. And if we start analyzing and growing the group to below 30 years of age, we reach almost half of the world population. So this is tremendously important to keep in mind. So providing them, the youth, with the tools, knowledge, and opportunities to actively participate in decision-making, a generation is fostered that is aware of global challenges such as climate change, inequality, and poverty. Involving young people not only allows these challenges to be addressed with new perspectives and creative solutions, but also ensures that the policies and actions implemented have a lasting impact. Youth empowerment strengthens their capacity to lead transformative initiatives in areas such as education, health, environment, and sustainable economy. And additionally, empowering youth contributes to ensuring, again, as my Italian colleague highlighted, a more just and equitable society by promoting a culture of respect and defense of fundamental rights. Young people become, and this is what is the most wonderful and fascinating thing, young people become agents of social change who fight against discrimination, racism, and human rights violations for all issues, including gender, women issues. I'm the first woman ambassador in 50 years of diplomatic relations with Thailand. We have our first Mexican woman president in over 500 years of history in the Northern American hemisphere, and we are tremendously proud of that, but also including very vulnerable communities, as my Irish colleague has pointed out, not only gender, but also LGBTQ rights, for example, just to mention a couple. So this encourages the creation of a more inclusive and resilient societies where equal opportunities and human dignity are central values. And in this way, it is ensured that future generations continue to promote and protect human rights throughout the world, moving towards more equitable and sustainable global development. In closing, I'm the mother of 2 college students who belong to the same generation that you belong to and that I couldn't be prouder of. In these issues that they're standing up for today and that you are standing up for as well. So I commend you for your commitment to being here today, for being active agents of change in your communities, in each of your countries, and in the world. I wish you all a successful participation in this relevant forum, and again, success in your everyday activism in making our planet a more just, equitable, and safer place to live. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your words of encouragement, which have truly set the tone for our gathering. This morning, when Her Excellency and I exchanged greetings, I told her that I'm about to host the conference, and she was very proud of me because she saw the women leading the show. So thank you so much. A big round of applause to Her Excellency one more time. Next, we have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Abderrahim Rali, Ambassador of His Majesty, the King of Morocco, to the Kingdom of Thailand. Excellency, we are excited to hear your perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
Thank you very much. colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, youth from all over the world, let me first, before I start, congratulate you on holding this important forum and congratulate you for your engagement and your activism, as my colleague said, to make SDGs not only a global reality for the future, but for now, because it's really needed. My deepest appreciation for allowing me to, for your invitations to share my country's experience in implementing the UN Sustainable Development Goals and in promoting human rights at the national, regional, and international levels. Morocco has made peace, stability, and development at the core of its action, and in line with His Majesty King Mohammed VI's vision and orientation. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, Morocco has been developing national strategies and conducting policies that value sustainability, long-term impact, productivity, and youth empowerment. 11.8 million young people in Morocco, which is basically nearly 32% of the total population, made it a very important asset for Morocco, but made it as well a challenge for the government to develop policies aimed at empowering Moroccan youth to ensure providing the appropriate skills and training to empowering Moroccan youth to ensure providing the appropriate skills and training and to ensure better and larger job opportunities. In Morocco's new constitution of 2011, Article 170 provided for the creation of an advisory council for youth and community action in order to guarantee the protection of youth and to encourage their commitment to community actions. The government created 1,000 youth training and camping centers to enhance capacity building and to improve learning skills. In 2016, Morocco adopted the National Strategy for Vocational Training to ensure lifelong learning. 12 regional training centers have been built, named Cities of Trade and Skills, to provide youth with the relevant professional skills to allow their access to job market and to stimulate their involvement in entrepreneurship as well as businesses. To encourage creativity and innovation, the government initiated 2 programs, one called Awrash, which means workshops, the second one called Fursa, which means opportunity, to support young entrepreneurs' businesses. And Fursa program could financially support over 21,000 Moroccan youth projects. Last September, the United Nations adopted the Pact for the Future that aims at addressing global issues and challenges through stronger united actions in many areas, such as peace, security, sustainable development, climate change, digital cooperation, and human rights. Endorsing such a pact, the Kingdom of Morocco will carry on its commitment to achieving the SDGs and contribution to regional action in line with those SDGs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share with you a broad overview of Morocco's implementation of the SDGs. On the social level, Morocco deploys continued effort to enhance the population's access to health care. In 2022, Morocco adopted a policy aimed at ensuring universal health care by 2025 through increasing public hospital infrastructures and developing national health programs along with nurse and medical staff capacity building. Concerning education, Morocco adopted the 2022-2026 education reform strategy to enable students to acquire basic learning skills and improve the performance of teachers and educational staff. As to housing, there have been many infrastructure reforms to improve housing conditions in both urban and rural areas, and we are proud that in basically the majority of Moroccan cities there is now slums. On the economic level, Morocco has been engaged in a steady process to enhance industry to ensure large-scale job opportunities and meet socio-economic development challenges. The country is actively committed to provide for 80% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2050, and it's engaging national agencies to implement environment-friendly projects. The share of the renewables for now is basically 32%, and in 2030 we aim at 54%. To support such momentum, Morocco introduced the 2020-2027 National Drinking Water Supply and Irrigation Program to proactively address water needs in the country. Last year, a new national strategy on sustainable development was adopted to ensure water security, sustainable and green economy. Coming to human rights, in few words, Morocco is substantially involved in protecting and promoting human rights on the national, regional and international levels. In 2004, Morocco set up the first Truth Reconciliation Commission in the MENA region, which was invested with investigating past human rights violations and implementing reconciliation policies. Many innovative initiatives and constructive reforms have been launched to further consolidate fundamental freedoms and build a democratic and modernist Moroccan society that respects human rights and universal values of equality and pluralism. In 2024, the Moroccan Parliament adopted the family code called Mudawana to ensure equality between women and men, putting them on the same footing, on the same footing with regard to the right of marriage and children. Such a law is currently under review to accommodate current national and global development. In 2005, His Majesty Mohammed VI launched the National Initiative for Human Development to further promote citizens' economic, social, and cultural rights and meet social and territorial disparities, gender discrimination, and inequality challenges. Following the adoption of the new constitution in 2011, Morocco created the National Human Rights Council, whose main mission is to address issues relevant to defending and promoting human rights as well as individual and collective freedoms. Such a council is also tasked to encourage the implementation of the principles and rules of international humanitarian law. The same principles of human rights are as well now part of the school curriculums and the school programs. In 2019, Morocco extended the mission of the CNDH to cover aspects relevant to the prevention of torture, cruelty, and inhuman treatment, as well as the protection of child and people with specific needs. In its 2021 new development model, Morocco encourages the protection and the promotion of rights to education, justice, freedom, autonomy, innovation, and diversity. As a regional key player, Morocco is actively engaged in promoting openness, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and interfaith dialogue. To further support the global call to fight against extremist narratives, Morocco submitted in 2019 to the United Nations General Assembly a resolution making of June 18 an International Day Against Hate Narratives. Such a resolution was adopted by consensus. As you are aware, Morocco is currently chairing the Human Rights Council and remains committed to contributing to the protection and promotion of human rights, fundamental freedoms, the fight against discrimination, and all forms of inequality. To conclude, I would once again extend my gratitude to the Sustainable Development Council for this opportunity to participate to such an important event, to which I sincerely wish fruitful outcome and great success. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Abdurrahim Rali, for sharing your thoughts and being a part of this special occasion. A big round of applause to His Excellency one more time. Now, we are delighted to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jonathan Kings, Ambassador of the New Zealand to the Kingdom of Thailand. May I now request His Excellency to kindly deliver the opening remarks as we are eagerly waiting for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
Kia ora, Saudi Krab, welcome. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, young leaders, it's a great honour to be here today speaking to you. When we think about partnering with youth to achieve the SDGs, moving from policy to action, we start at home. We recognise that the SDGs will only be achieved if the voice of young people is heard, with the leadership of young people, and with action by young people and for young people. It is for this reason that New Zealand has developed a youth plan. That plan aims to listen to the voices and perspectives of young people, to ensure that they are valued and embedded in decision making at all levels, and that the mana of young people is uplifted and young people are enabled to lead their own lives, have their identities seen, valued and respected, and have increasing influence in their communities and over government policy. The youth plan developed by New Zealand applies to all young people in New Zealand, but it also acknowledges that some groups of young people experience higher threats to well-being based on factors such as their ethnicity, sexuality, gender identity, disability, and geographic location. Under the New Zealand Youth Plan, we have specific actions that are aimed to address the challenges that young people face. Examples include the challenges that disabled young people face in moving from school to the workforce. Another example that was raised earlier, which has been a real issue in New Zealand, was our focus on the health impacts of during COVID were at the expense of the education and mental health impacts on young people who were disproportionately impacted by the COVID pandemic. We are also focused on in our international work, in our global partnerships on advancing sustainable development and integrating youth empowerment across all of our endeavours through our development programme. As a strong advocate for the SDGs, New Zealand places youth at the heart of its efforts in several key areas. First, climate action. New Zealand is actively working to combat climate change, particularly through our support for renewable energy projects across the Pacific and elsewhere. Involving youth in climate action is critical, as they are key advocates for change. Their voices, innovative solutions and determination drive the global responses needed to this crisis. Quality education. Quality, inclusive education is fundamental to achieving all the SDGs. We remain committed to ensuring that young people gain the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in the world. Our partnerships in Asia, for example, focus on education systems that equip youth with the tools to address today's challenges, including sustainability and digital transformation. Decent work and economic growth. Investing in youth entrepreneurship and employment is critical for sustainable economic growth. New Zealand works to support youth-led initiatives that foster innovation and create opportunities for young people to participate fully in the economy. Gender equality. New Zealand is a staunch advocate for gender equality. We believe that girls and young women must have equal opportunities to lead and contribute to sustainable development efforts. Our programs ensure that gender equality is at the forefront of our work around the world. To achieve the SDGs by moving from policy to action will require everyone's engagement and effort. That's where young people's creativity, passion and energy are essential to make things happen, particularly as we confront the challenges and opportunities in achieving the SDGs. We must view youth as equal partners in shaping the future. Youth are already leading efforts to address climate change, promote social justice and transform economies. By empowering young people with the skills, resources and opportunities to lead, we are ensuring a sustainable and inclusive future. In our partnerships, our shared commitment to investing in youth and enabling them to be the agents of change is important. Through our work, for example, with youth leaders across Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Thailand and the wider region, we are creating spaces for youth to collaborate, innovate and drive real-world impact. A good example is our long-standing Young Leaders Partnership with UNIAID New Zealand. UNIAID's Young Leaders programs bring youth leaders from Eastern Indonesia, Mindanao in the Philippines, and more recently Cambodia and Laos PDR to New Zealand to learn about community development, democratic processes, Indigenous issues, conflict resolution, sustainable development, gender justice and human rights. Overall, this program aims to build networks of highly skilled young leaders who will help contribute to the peaceful and just development of their home communities and countries. So I urge all of us here today to continue building partnerships with young people. The SDGs are not just a framework for governments, they are a call to action for every individual, every community, and especially every young person. Together, we can turn policy into action and create a future that is sustainable and inclusive. As I end my career, I happily pass the baton on to you, the young people of the world, and look forward to seeing your action, your leadership, and your voices making the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Jonathan Kings. We are grateful for your warm welcome and thoughtful words. A big round of applause for His Excellency one more time. Now, we are honored to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Dark Ephraim, Africa, Ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to the Kingdom of Thailand. It is a privilege to have you among us today, and we are eager to hear your thoughts, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Mistress of Ceremony, for the warm introductions. Your Excellencies, Professor Dr. Nadam Sharma of the Sustainable Development Council, Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder of the International Youth Forum, members of the International Youth Forum, distinguished guests, dear participants, and I have the honor to also acknowledge two delegates from South Africa, one of whom is a member of parliament. Welcome to Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I must just re-emphasize the notion of activism that was earlier raised by my colleague to indicate that it was the youth of 1976 in South Africa who changed the trajectory of history of that country through their participation. And I believe that the youth can change everything. It is in your hands to do something and make sure that your participation can reshape the history of the world. Thank you very much for inviting me to address you and share some perspectives on the topic, empowering youth for a sustainable future, advancing the SDGs, and upholding human rights. The world today rests on increasingly unstable fault lines, with the youth forced to make impossible choices in a world divided into camps of friends and foes. These are choices we must not force the youth to make. We need to foster an environment of cooperative global diplomacy which will allow and inspire the youth to develop their capabilities and competencies in a conflict-free, peaceful, and less perilous globe. A turbulent environment undermines every effort to empower the youth and construct a sustainable future. The recently concluded UN Summit of the Future, which, among others, following the adoption of the Pact for the Future, calls for a better course for the world. It gives immense hope for the youth and future generations. It is important to note its clarion call that the 1.2 billion young people alive today must be given a voice. The Declaration on Youth and Future Generation is a new and great effort to insert the power of the youth into global affairs and to positively redirect their energy and exuberance. It is within this context that the empowerment of the youth must be seen. The UN, through the Pact for the Future, with a theme on youth and future generation, has presented the world with what one can call a new diplomatic handbook on youth empowerment to guide all member countries, among others, to consolidate the role of the youth and redirect their potential towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. A better and sustainable future is impossible if governments continue to marginalize the youth. Youth action is key to realizing zero hunger in the future, quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequality, and climate action. There is evidence, ample evidence, that the youth are becoming more active around these 6 SDGs, although we all acknowledge that a lot needs to be done. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals is guided by the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter: full respect for international law, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, International Human Rights Treaty, the United Nations Millennium Declaration, and the 2005 World Summit outcome, as well as the Declaration on the Right to Development. The Universal, Comprehensive, and Inclusive Agenda pledges that no one must be left behind. All these instruments, treaties and declarations, are complementary and mutually reinforcing, and as a result, human rights are inherent in the SDGs. Our record, of course, as South Africa in fighting for human rights across the world is very clear for all to see. We stand for human rights for everyone, everywhere. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, countries have been taking ownership of the implementation process through national development plans and frameworks, supporting stakeholders in the implementation of all the 17 indivisible and interrelated sustainable development goals. Keeping in mind that the implementation of the 2030 Agenda must be consistent with the obligations of states under international human rights law, it is important to ensure that states build human rights technical cooperation and capacity building for other stakeholders such as national human rights institutions, national statistical offices, and civil society to contribute to the effective, coherent, and inclusive realization of the 2030 Agenda, driven by a clear strategy and programs to empower the youth. Since the central focus of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda is the principle of leaving no one behind, the youth, as the future of all societies, must be integrated into the program seeking to achieve the 2030 Agenda. This can be achieved through technical cooperation among states to identify who is being left behind, strengthen data disaggregation, and ensure that policies and programs address existing inequalities and reach those most marginalized first, as well as assist in moving forward with the implementation of all SDGs in a way that does not create new inequalities. Achieving the 2030 Agenda will require strong partnerships between young people and all stakeholders so that the challenges faced by the youth are addressed, their contribution recognized, and that they are included at all levels of decision-making. Recent decades have witnessed significant advances in terms of human development, but deep challenges remain. Progress has been uneven, with many young people across the globe still experiencing interlocked forms of discrimination, limited political inclusion, high levels of poverty, and limited access to health system, educational opportunities, and decent jobs. The Declaration of Human Rights embraces not only rights but responsibilities. If we all have the rights under the Declaration, then by logical inference, we also have obligations to ensure the rights of others are upheld in addition to our own rights. This provides the key intersection with the SDGs, which outline our collective responsibility to ensure the enjoyment of basic human rights in a way that is sustainable. Youth development must be backed by comprehensive international, continental instruments, and national legislative framework. Multilateral organizations have developed instruments to support youth development globally. Among other international initiatives, the United Nations Secretary General Envoy on Youth was established. Youth development instruments like UN World Programme of Action for Youth and the Commonwealth Plan of Action for Youth Empowerment were adopted for nations to strengthen their youth development agendas. At the continental level, the African Union adopted the African Youth Charter in 2006, which South Africa ratified in 2009. The Charter was informed by the expressed intention of the African Union's Constitutive Act to put African youth at the center of development. In addition, the African Union has endorsed youth development through encouraging investment in the youth with the intention to harness this demographic dividend. This is vital to achieving the objectives of Agenda 2063. One of the priorities of Agenda 2063 is to engage and empower youth and children. Nationally in South Africa, youth development is expressed through the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 108 of 1996, the National Youth Development Agency, which provides for the National Youth Policy and the Integrated Youth Development Strategy. There is also supportive policies and legislation, including but not limited to the Broad-Based Economic Black Empowerment Act, Employment Equity Act, the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, and the Skills Development Act and their amendments. All of these instruments are intended to create a platform that will catapult the youth into greater participation in the affairs of the country. The National Development Plan Vision 2030, which was adopted by the Cabinet of the Republic of South Africa in 2012, has also articulated the role the youth will play. The goals of the National Development Plan are intrinsically linked to the SDGs and to the AU Agenda 2063, and are integrated into government planning systems and processes at national, provincial, and local levels. The focus on the youth and their involvement in sustainable development is promoted through, among others, strengthening youth service programs and introducing new community-based programs to offer young people life skills training, entrepreneurship training, and opportunities to participate in community development programs. Secondly, providing training and skills development, including universal access to early childhood education, and strengthening and expanding the number of further education and training colleges to increase the participation and the role of the youth. Some of these interventions are geared at empowering the youth and ensuring that their participation in sustainable development is affirmed through legislation and further is their role in the implementation of the SDGs in the country. We have a collective responsibility to ensure that we nurture the youth to play a crucial role in global affairs by creating international mechanisms which provide an environment to harness the capacity of the youth to build a better world for themselves and future generations, underpinned by sustainable development with human rights. And the Pact for the Future will be our game changer under the theme Youth and Future Generations. Let me conclude with some advice from the UN Secretary General during his address at the University of Cairo recently, and I quote, "It is essential that when governments plan their cooperation, their economic activities, when the international community develops forms of cooperation, it is essential to put youth employment, youth skills at the center of all projects," close quote. It is in our hands to empower the youth and foster their participation to build a sustainable future underpinned by social justice. Our first president, Nelson Mandela, had this to say, and I quote, "Young people must take it upon themselves and ensure that they embrace education so that they can play a critical role in the world and represent all of us well. The future is in your hands, and you can do it. Just as the generation of 1976 did it in South Africa, the youth are the motive forces, and as my colleague has said, good agents of change, because we are an example of what the youth can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency. Your presence has added immense value to our event, and your words have touched us all deeply. A big round of applause to His Excellency one more time. Next, we have, and we are very delighted to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Lindsay Kiptonis, Ambassador of Republic of Kenya to the Kingdom of Thailand. Your Excellency, we are eager to hear your thoughts and insights today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency on the stage, please.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Please allow me to skip all the protocol niceties because I only have 10 minutes. And when I have 3 minutes left, please just stand up and signal to me so that I can get out of this place. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me for this meeting to make a case for Kenya in as far as the SDGs are concerned. I want to say that we are proud as a country to have been part of the committee that developed the SDGs together with the Republic of Ireland. Our ambassador to the UN was actually the chair of the committee. So I'm here to tell you what we have done in as far as SDGs implementation is concerned. And before I go there, I want to sound a warning here with regard to the global crisis that we are facing, the 3 planetary crises that we are facing today. Number 1 is the climate crisis. Number 2 is the environmental pollution. And number 3, biodiversity loss. We are in danger, and we have the solution. But I do not know why we are not moving to the solution part. Enough policies. It is time to move to the action. And I want to thank the youth of the world for taking this opportunity to tell us where we have failed as the elders of the world. Don't be cheated. You are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today. As my colleague from Italy said, the rest of us have failed. The elders have failed. We have put profits before humanity, before nature. It is time that you guys take over the leadership and put human rights and put the rights of nature in front of our profits. I will be concluding by challenging the youth and all of us by asking you whether nature has rights. We have all focused on human rights. What about the rights of nature? Does nature have any rights? Does River Nile in Africa have any rights? Does the Amazon River have any rights? Does Mount Everest have any rights? Do our oceans have any rights? All the money we are making in the world today, all the profits that we are making, where do they come from? Where do they come from? It's a question I'm posing to you. From our environment. The multinational companies are making super profits from the environment. Yet we have taken the environment as what? Property. And yet they have rights. So, 8 minutes left? Okay. That is the outline of my presentation. I'll not focus on that. Number 3, the background of the SDGs. We all know that they replaced the MDGs in 2015. And then those are the 17 SDGs. Number 17 is very important to us because we have been calling as a government for whole of government, whole of society partnerships. Whole of government, whole of society approach to the problems we are facing today. It is no longer about the government. It's not a matter for governments. It is a matter for the youth, for the women, for the children, for the private sector, for the civil society. It is a matter for everyone. Either we survive, we can all perish together, or we survive together. So number 17 is very important. Partnerships. That's why we are here today, to engage and to exchange views on how we should deal with these 3 planetary crises. I don't need to tell you about universal rights. You already know. I want to tell you that the SDGs are anchored in our Constitution 2010. And as well as our Kenya Vision 2030. We have 6 years to go, and we have made some progress, so we have not achieved the goals that we set out in the year 2000. We have 6 years to go, but we hope that we will achieve some measure of progress. We also have, when the new government came into power in 2022, they came up with a new model of development known as BETA. BETA stands for Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda. So how has Kenya mainstreamed SDGs? We have 2 levels of government. We have the national government, which has its own national development plans. We have ensured that we have mainstreamed all the 17 SDGs in our national development plans under the national government. And then we have another level of government known as the county governments, which are led by governors. Within the county governments, they also have their sectoral development plans, which have also ensured that we have mainstreamed all the 17 SDGs. If you look at that diagram, that is precisely what I am talking about. So we have Vision 2030 over there, which are anchored in 4 areas. That is foundation, which includes infrastructure, and then we have the economic pillar, we have the social pillar, and then we have the political pillar. Under the foundations, that is under infrastructure, we have the issue of housing under the sub-sector known as beta, or beta sectors. And within the infrastructure sector, we have SDG 8, SDG 9, and SDG 11. And then within the finance and production, still on infrastructure, we have the digital superhighway, and within that, the same SDGs number 8, number 9, and number 11 have been mainstreamed. Under the finance and production, we have agriculture, which focuses on food security, and that is also eradication of poverty under Goal 1, or rather under SDG 1, SDG 2, and of course the partnerships that I talked about, SDG 17. And then under the SMEs, or rather under the MSMEs, we believe that SMEs are the foundation of the economic progress of any country. And within SMEs again, we are focused on poverty eradication. That is goal number 1, number 2, and number 17. And then we have the healthcare sector, that is under the social pillar. Within the healthcare sector, we have focused on implementing goal number 13, or rather goal number 3, and goal number 4. And then within the governance and public administration, we are talking of goal number 5, number 10, number 16, and of course, number 17. For some of you who may not be aware, Kenya worked with other partners within the IGAD region in Africa, as well as partners from abroad, to ensure that we had peace in Sudan through what is known as the CPA, or the Comprehensive Peace Agreement for the Sudan. Today, we have 2 countries in the Sudan, that is South Sudan and Sudan, courtesy of the efforts of Kenya through governance and public administration, as well as peace diplomacy in the region. Now, within the environment and natural resources, we have focused on goal number 6, goal number 7, number 12, number 13, number 14, and number 15. We have been able to implement some of these goals to the extent, I would say, 60%. We are not there yet, but we are making progress. We are hoping that, for example, under green energy, we will have clean energy by 2032, which is about 8 years from today. Currently, we have transitioned to clean energy by about 92%. Two minutes? All right. Now, under the implementation tracking reporting, we report through various programs under the national government as well as under the county governments. Number 10, I would say that we continue to undertake implementation programs through what is known as KNBS under annual, or rather situations where we take annual reviews of the indicators at the national as well as at the county government, just to ensure that we are implementing, or we are making progress in implementing all the SDGs. The progress reported so far indicates that we have made progress in 168 indicators under the national government as well as the county governments. Now I have to rush. Of course, we have not been without challenges. We have had challenges in as far as implementing the SDGs are concerned, and some of the challenges, as you can see, are on the board: awareness and capacity on SDGs. We still lack sufficient capacity to implement some of the SDGs as mentioned, as well as lack of awareness. And then we also have the issue of data quality. Although I have said that we have the KNBS in which we undertake surveys, we still lack the capacity as well as the equipment to undertake or to ensure that we have data, or rather our data is qualitative. In as far as availability, timeliness, and accuracy of the data, we still have a challenge on that. And then on global economic shocks, we all know that everyone was affected by COVID-19. We have issues to do data disintegration, and then we have issues to do with inconsistency, as well as the infrequency of the data that we collect, as well as management of information systems remains a challenge to us. Of course, we believe that within challenges, we have opportunities. Some of the opportunities, as you can see, are over there. We need to strengthen partnerships with the rest of the world. We need to develop capacity and awareness creation right from the grassroots or from the national level to the grassroots. And then we have, of course, the issue of adopting or adoption of technology and innovations as one way of ensuring that we implement the SDGs. I have already mentioned that because of time. I just want to throw a challenge to all of us. We have about 5 countries or 4. We have Colombia, we have New Zealand, and Spain and Ecuador, who have actually begun a conversation on the rights of nature. Without us focusing on the rights of nature, it is not possible for us to implement the SDGs. It's not possible for us to ensure that we have a sustainable future. A sustainable environment means we will have sustainable economies and we will have a sustainable future. So I want to throw a challenge to the youth of today to begin this conversation at your village level, at your community level, at the regional level, as well as at the national level. Let's see who is going to be next to take the challenge and give rights to the areas that we call swamplands, to the oceans that surround our countries, to the mountains, and to the rivers. Apart from these countries, I'm sure there are many others who have come up with this, but let this be a conversation to ensure that at the end of the day, we are not going on what, His Excellency Mr. Guterres once said that we are heading, or we are on the highway to climate hell. But there is a point where we can turn off. There is a place, there is another highway that we can take. Where we are heading today, without considering or giving rights to nature, without considering our environment, then we are taking the wrong path to climate hell. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Although actually it is, 10 minutes is not enough to make a proper presentation. Basically, we are actually rushing. So next time we need enough time if we have to share our experiences properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, for such a powerful presentation and thought-provoking insights. A big round of applause to His Excellency one more time. And yes, my apologies because UN is very particular about maintaining its schedule. But no doubt, I would love to hear from Our Excellency for the rest of my lives, you know. All right, moving forward, now it is my great honor to welcome a devoted advocate for human rights. But before we hear from our distinguished guest, let's take a moment to watch a short video that highlights the inspiring work being done by our distinguished guest. May I have the video, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the President and the founder of Youth for Human Rights International, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth's journey started from her experiences in racially segregated South Africa, has fueled her lifelong commitment to empowering youth through education. Under her leadership, Youth for Human Rights International has grown into a global movement, reaching over 100 countries and inspiring young people to understand and champion their rights. Today, as she shares her insights, we look forward to learning from her incredible experience and dedication to building a more just and human world. Please join me in welcoming to Dr. Mary Shuttleworth on the stage, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and precious youth. Good morning. Some 80 years ago, the United Nations was formed with a vision, the thought, the hope of a more peaceful world. Peace, a star-high goal. How heartwarming it was this morning to listen to excellencies, one after the other, ambassadors from diverse countries, sharing giant leaps that have already been achieved in their respective countries toward that star-high goal of peace. More than sharing with us these incredible accomplishments, as imperfect as we know, there's no perfect country in the world. If there is, please tell me, I'm going to retire there. But more than sharing with us what you have today, thank you, ambassadors, is the fact that you took time out of your very busy schedules, and we know they are demanding, to come here and share with our precious youth what has been accomplished. In other words, what can be accomplished. And because of what you have already accomplished, so much more can be accomplished. Isn't that true? When you see somebody has made forward progress, you say, yes, I can do that too. So thank you for encouraging us, inspiring us, and sharing with us what has already been accomplished and the world you see toward that star-high goal of world peace. Let's give him another hand. Next, I would like to acknowledge our hosts, the International Youth Forum. Well, I'm a teacher, so let's just get over that right away. I'm a teacher, okay? Is that all right with you? I like to tell stories. About 20 years ago, I had a lot less white hair than I do have today. I'm happy to say. About 20 years ago, as you saw in the video there, I was traveling country to country, meeting people. And I was with my son. I only have one son. I was with my son in a country called Nepal. And there I was working with a team in Nepal. And just to give you an idea of the climate that we were traveling in, and I was traveling with my only son. I mean, I only have one, right? We literally had white paper over the number plate of the car we were driving in, so that it couldn't be traced later. My only son with me in the car. But there in the car with us, in the small car, there was this young guy. He had a baseball cap on. And we would pile into this car and drive to various schools, meetings, and so on. He helped us with some translations, which was fantastic. Very valuable in a country that I don't speak the local language. Anyway, that young boy is the co-founder of this amazing organization that I've been watching literally since he's 12 years old, wearing a baseball cap, piling into the car with us. Rahul KC, stand up and let's give him another hand. And then there's another story. I like stories. You like stories? Yes? Okay, one more story. So we're building this organization and we're meeting people, and I travel. I love meeting people. I love meeting the youth. And I received this email from this guy. He's a youth, and he's from India. And he sends me this photo. And in this photo is this pink motorcycle. Pink. And on the front of this motorcycle is the Youth for Human Rights logo. And he was literally had this motorcycle. Why? Because traveling to remote areas of India to reach the more indigenous communities, the remote areas, right? In order to get there, he literally would have to use a motorcycle. But it had to be a pink one, right? So I can never forget the pink motorcycle. So anyway, I have been watching this young man since his days of the pink motorcycle until today, and he just told me about 4 months ago that him and his wife welcomed their first little princess. So please join me in giving a very warm thank you and well done to Dr. Dachana Ramu. Is he here? Please stand up and be acknowledged as the co-founder of International Youth Forum. So the reason I like to share these stories is because these are real kids. These are real youth, just like you are sitting here, who had a vision, but they worked, they continued and continued, doing it in their way with a pink motorcycle or baseball cap. It didn't matter. They kept doing it, and this is where we are standing here today. So once again, let's acknowledge not only the leadership, the co-founders of the International Youth Forum, but their entire team. Please stand up, the entire team, and let's give them a hand. The star-high goal of peace. When we look at peace, we need to start with inner peace, peace within our families, our homes, our communities. If there isn't peace there, peace internationally, across boundaries. Now, when we think of peace, and we hear at this conference, there's the concept of peace, and I know that we are all in this room because we have this concept of peace. But then there's this tricky little word that keeps nagging on the side, and that's called action. And that's what brings us to this room, is action. So how do we reach peace? Sometimes it takes a baseball cap, and sometimes it takes a pink bike, but what are the steps? I'm a teacher. So what would be the steps toward that star-high goal? Because if we have to reach there, we need to know what the stepping stones are, the building blocks. Or you could say a ladder. Now to me, as the founder and president of Youth for Human Rights, United for Human Rights, the United Nations gave us this document in 1948. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In all my travels around the world, most people talk about human rights. Oh yes, I want human rights. When I ask the students, not only do they put up one hand, they put up two. But then when I ask them, please, here's the podium, here's the microphone, please come and explain to your fellow students, so what are those human rights you want? Please, please. All the hands go down, and they sort of sit back. Please don't ask me. Because we all have the concept of peace. And we all have the concept of human rights. But do we know what they are? Now, one way to look at it is to say, well, you know, if you're not feeling very well and you go to a doctor, and you say to the doctor, you know, I'm just not feeling well and I just really want to feel better. What is the first question the doctor is going to ask you? Where does it hurt? Your toe, your stomach, your ear? Where does it hurt? Why? Because the doctor wants to help you fix that. The doctor wants to take that, want to feel better, and put it into action. So when you want to make something better, the more specific you can get about it. Oh, it's your ear. No, it's your left ear. The more specific you can get about it, the more likely it is that you're able to fix it. We talk about justice. We talk about action. So if we want peace, to me, the stepping stones, the ladder toward peace, is the 30 universal human rights. But believe me, we will never even know if we had human rights if we don't even know what they are. I'm a teacher. So that's why what we do as an organization, everything we do is built around disseminating, promoting, clarifying, and making it fun to learn. So what are those 30 human rights? So that we are able to improve them. We can take this one and make that a little bit better. And we've heard about so many efforts in these different countries to make the different steps better. But it's all 30 steps. They all go together. So I look forward to speaking to all you precious youth during our panel later, and of course tomorrow again during a workshop about those 30 human rights. But now, I'm a teacher. I couldn't possibly leave the podium without sharing with you and teaching you just one of those human rights. You want to learn it? Yes. Human right number 1. Let's have the video, please.
Can you tell which of these children was not born free? Can you tell which of these children was not born equal? Can you tell which of these children does not deserve to be treated with dignity? We can't either. Human right number 1. We are all born free and equal. What are human rights? Find out at youthforhumanrights.org.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, for your powerful and thought-provoking opening remarks. Your insights into the importance of educating youth on human rights have set a truly inspiring tone for our station for today. We deeply appreciate your continued efforts to empower young people around the world. A big round of applause for Dr. Mary Shuttleworth for one more time. Moving forward, as we bring this opening session to a close, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, co-founder of the International Youth Forum, to share his opening remarks. Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu is a human rights educator and SDG advocate who began his journey with the United Nations through the My World 2015 survey for UNDP India, a foundational effort that shaped the Sustainable Development Goals and 2030 Global Agenda. Later, he served as the Asia-Pacific advocate for My World 2030, championing SDG awareness across the region. As co-founder of the International Youth Forum and a chairman of the Sustainable Development Council, he leads global initiatives that empower youth and promote sustainable development. His contribution to the international cooperation in human rights have earned him numerous accolades. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ramu for the concluding remarks on the stage, please.
Very good afternoon. So I have prepared a lot, but due to time constraint, I don't want to take much time. So I would like to acknowledge and thank the excellencies from various countries who joined here today and sharing their best practices and ideas and where youth can take to their countries and they can implement it. And most importantly, I wanted to thank the incredible youth leaders gathered here today. It is a true honor to stand before you at the International Youth Forum 4.0, a platform that represents the heart of change. Young minds, bold ideas, and unwavering commitment to the sustainable and just future. I extend my deepest appreciation to the high-level participants here who share our vision and the dedication. Today, we are not just conveying a forum. We are fostering a movement, one that powered the strategy, innovation, passion of youth worldwide. The International Youth Forum, since its inception in 2017, we have engaged 140 countries and almost thousands of youth leaders and policymakers around the world to take our policies into actions. And it's through the leadership we address some of the most pressing issues of our time, like climate change, inequality, and social justice. We live in a time where the world demands bold and creative solutions. Youth with fresh perspectives and fearless spirit, you are uniquely postponed to rethink the system and build a new sustainable pathway forward. You are the catalyst of change, achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are here to amplify your voice and efforts. Thanks for joining us today. So let's have an interaction. Let's create a new policy. Let's take it towards the world to create a better world, better future for our future generations. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dachinamurthy Ramu. Your dedication to empowering young leaders and fostering global collaboration is truly motivating. Your words today reminds us of the importance of unity and shared visions in addressing the challenges we face. Thank you again for your valuable contribution to this session. Now, moving ahead, I would like to thank our esteemed ambassadors and co-founders for their insightful remarks. I'm sure their works have inspired all of us to work together in achieving the SDGs and advancing human rights. Now, may I invite our Honorable Excellencies to take a group photo and join us at the front. And I would also like to invite Dr. Mary Saddleworth along with Rahul KC, Mr. Rahul KC, and Dr. Dachinamurthy Ramu for a group photo, please. Thank you so much once again, our esteemed ambassadors, for gracing us with your presence here today. We will now take a short 15-minute break for refreshment and we'll resume with our keynote presentation shortly. Thank you.
Would like to come back.
Really? Oh, Bini. Good morning, everyone. So, thank you. Shubham Le. Good morning, everyone. Fine. अच्छा साफ शुभम अभी जल्दी यार किसी और को भी लेनी होगी ये नहीं आ रहा पोडियम नहीं आ रहा पोडियम भी नहीं आ रहा पोडियम नहीं आ रहा था तुम्हारा
Hello. If you're still outside, please head into the hall so we can begin shortly. Hello. If you're still outside, please head into the hall so we can begin shortly. We are running out of time. Please, I request everyone to get into the hall so we can begin shortly. I remind you again, we are running a little behind the schedule, so I request everyone to get into the hall so we can begin shortly. A reminder again, we are running a little behind the schedule, so I request everyone to be in the hall, please.
this one. Okay, thanks.
It's over here.
Sure, sure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final announcement. I request all of you to be inside the hall so we can begin shortly.
Slow.
We should start lunch at 1, and after lunch we'll go for a panel session.
This won't go 1 hour.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, okay? See.
Okay, we can move.
Yeah, after this we'll go for lunch.
Let's come.
Without it.
Backdrop set பண்ணி டக்குன்னு
மூவ் பண்ணுவோம்.
நான் என்ன சொல்றேன், அவனை அந்த கேமரா ஃபோக்கஸ்
Is this for the people who is slow? Yeah.
ஸ்டெப்ஸ் இருக்கு, அது மேலே போனால் இதுதான்.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break and are ready for the next segment of our program. And a little reminder that we are almost 40 minutes behind our schedule. And as you know, UN is very strict or particular about maintaining its schedule, so we need to rush. So I request everyone to get inside the hall so we can begin our session shortly. So yes, I would like to welcome back everyone again. So moving on to next segment, we have Envisioning the World for All Youth Leadership for an Inclusive and Equitable Future. As we gather here today, we are united by a shared vision, one that aims for a world where every individual, regardless of their background, has equal opportunities to thrive. Youth leadership plays a vital role in shaping this inclusive and equitable future. And today, we are honored to hear from our distinguished leaders who have dedicated their lives to their very mission. Do we have Miss Catherine Clarkson with us today? Miss Catherine Clarkson, if you're nearby, please. All right. With my great honor, I now invite our speaker, Datuk Dr. Habib Abdul Rahim, the Director of the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Secretariat. With over 34 years of experience in the Ministry of Education Malaysia, including her role as the former Director General of Education, Dr. Habiba has been instrumental in shaping the Malaysia education blueprint and various educational reforms. She is also an honorary fellow at the Masa Institute and serves as a senior advisor to Evolution. Today, she will share her insights on how youth can play a leading role in creating an inclusive and equitable future. Please join me in welcoming Datuk Dr. Habiba Abdul Rahim to the stage, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rahul KC and Dr. Dachanamurthy Ramu, co-founders of the International Youth Forum, Your Excellencies, colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, importantly, young leaders, a very good morning. It is an honor to join you today at the 4th International Forum on SDGs and Human Rights. My gratitude and congratulations to the Sustainable Development Council for organizing this significant forum. This event unites policymakers, thought leaders, educators, and most importantly, young people to drive forward critical discussions on the SDGs and the need for reforms that align with building a just and sustainable future. I am from the CMO Secretariat. CMO stands for the Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organization. It's an intergovernmental organization that aims to promote cooperation in education, science, and culture in Southeast Asia. So coming from CMO, most of what will be presented today is focused on the Southeast Asia region and the youth in Southeast Asia. So Southeast Asia is home to over 230 million young people aged 15 to 24 years. This represents about 16% of the region's population. This demographic represents immense potential for regional development. However, this potential can only be realized if youth are equipped with relevant skills, an assertive mind, and the ability to co-create solutions while also demonstrating adaptability, flexibility, resilience, and perseverance in pursuing meaningful education, work, and life opportunities. For example, today, 1 in 4 youth in the region lack access to education, training, or employment. For example, the youth unemployment in Indonesia stands at 14.4%, while the Philippines 12.9%. These figures underscore the urgent need to create pathways for employment and career development, or we risk stifling the potential of an entire generation. Beyond unemployment, a significant skills gap persists between what educational institutions teach and the needs of the labor market. The World Economic Forum predicts that 42% of core skills will change by 2025, a clear indication that education systems must evolve quickly to meet the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. In many ASEAN countries, 40% of employers struggle to find workers with the skills they need, particularly in STEM fields. These challenges are even more pronounced for young people from rural or marginalized communities who lack access to quality education and resources. This not only hampers their ability to compete, but also limits their potential to contribute to the region's development. Migration, both within and outside the region, is also a key issue for Southeast Asian youth. The International Organization for Migration reported in 2019 that around 9.6 million Southeast Asians were migrants within the region, with youth comprising a significant portion of this migration. The IOM estimates that 41% of migrants globally are aged 15 to 34, indicating the prominence of young people in migration flows both within and outside Southeast Asia. Intra-ASEAN migration is a major trend, with countries like Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand being key destinations for youth seeking better employment opportunities from countries like Myanmar, Cambodia, and the Philippines. These figures highlight the significant scale of youth migration in Southeast Asia, along with the associated challenges such as brain drain, exploitation, and the economic dependence on remittances. While economic migration offers opportunities, it also exposes young people to significant risks that need to be addressed through better protection mechanisms and employment opportunities at home. Southeast Asia's youth are also becoming more connected to global platforms, but their understanding of global issues remain limited. A survey on concerns and priorities of youth in Southeast Asia conducted by the ASEAN Secretariat in 2020 revealed that more than 60% of Southeast Asian youth prioritize local concerns such as unemployment, education, and infrastructure over global issues like climate change, human rights, or international politics. Additionally, a report by UNICEF highlighted that only 36% of youth in the region feel knowledgeable about global challenges, with many indicating their school curricula emphasize national rather than global perspectives. This disparity is significant. It means the majority of young people in Southeast Asia are not fully equipped with the global knowledge necessary to tackle transnational issues like climate change and inequality. Bridging this gap is essential if we are to fully engage youth in global efforts toward sustainable development. Educational systems need to incorporate more global perspectives, and youth programs must aim to broaden awareness of international challenges while empowering them to act locally and globally. CMU has implemented a comprehensive range of initiatives to tackle youth-related challenges in Southeast Asia, focusing on both education and workforce preparedness. One of our flagship programs, CTVET, focuses on building technical skills that align with the demands of the modern economy. CTVET connects students with industry leaders across borders, offering internship, apprenticeship, and work placements that prepare them for careers in high-demand sectors such as technology, healthcare, and engineering. Another key initiative is the C Teacher project. which enables student teachers from Southeast Asia to experience teaching in other countries within the region. By facilitating cultural and professional exchanges, C-Teacher equips young educators with the tools to adapt to diverse classroom settings while enhancing their pedagogical skills. This program not only promotes cross-border collaboration, but also strengthens the quality of education across the region, helping young people become more globally minded professionals. In addition, CMIO supports the ASEAN International Mobility for Students, or AIMS program, which promotes student exchanges among Southeast Asian universities and beyond. AIMS provides academic opportunities while fostering cultural exchange, mobility, and internationalization, allowing students to study abroad, broaden their perspectives, enhance intercultural understanding, and prepare for success in a globalized world. Furthermore, CMIO works with partners like the German Corporation for International Cooperation, or GIZ, to incorporate gender and sustainability considerations into youth employment strategies. Through these partnerships, we have enabled young professionals from Thailand to serve as gender advisors, ensuring that gender equity is integrated into educational reforms. This kind of role also demonstrates the breadth of career path available to young people beyond traditional sectors, as new fields like gender-sensitive education and sustainable development continue to grow. At CMIO, youth are at the heart of the things that we do, not just beneficiaries, but as key contributors to our mission. A significant portion of our workforce, around 40%, is under the age of 35, a reflection of our commitment to nurturing youth leadership and innovation. These young professionals are engaged in all aspects of our work, from strategic planning and program development to research and implementation. By empowering youth within our organization, we ensure that our initiatives remain relevant and responsive to the aspirations of young people across Southeast Asia. Here are some examples. For the CPLM, Primary Learning Matrix Program, the young staff members played a pivotal role in managing data from Southeast Asian countries, providing key insights into literacy, numeracy, and global citizenship education, which influenced policy recommendations to ministries of education in Southeast Asia. They also led the CPLM regional report, handling data visualization and organizing dissemination workshops. Their integration of advanced analytical techniques ensured that CPLM became a valuable tool for evidence-based policy making, highlighting the transformative impact of youth in CMIO program. Another example is the Southeast Asian girls supporting the advancement of girls' education, or SAGE program, under the ASEAN UK, and Future for Girls initiative under the Australian government. These young leaders are at the forefront of designing and implementing strategies to improve access to education for girls, particularly in rural and underserved areas. For the SAGE program, we are focusing on 3 pillars: foundational learning, out-of-school children and youth, basic digital technology for employment, and a cross-cutting theme of digital technology, where our young staff coordinated regional workshops across Southeast Asian countries and led community outreach, creating educational resources tailored to each region's unique cultural context. Similarly, the Future for Girls initiative, developed by youth leaders, enhanced digital literacy and leadership skills, supporting marginalized communities in navigating online learning and fostering personal and academic development. Currently, in progress is a policy mapping of bullying and violence in schools in Southeast Asia. So we are expecting to conduct a dialogue and workshop sessions with high officials as well as stakeholders in November before we launch the report. These programs have been crucial in reducing gender disparities in education, with young professionals playing a key role, highlighting the value of youth leadership in CMEO's mission to empower the next generation. The youth of Southeast Asia are emerging as powerful agents of change. The UNDP survey showed that 85% of youth in Southeast Asia are concerned about climate change. So even though there's a lot more focus on local issues rather than global issues, but among those issues, climate change has been prioritized, with 67% of them willing to act to mitigate environmental issues. This demonstrates a growing commitment among young people to sustainability and climate action. There are more than 1,000 youth-led organizations across Southeast Asia working on sustainability and social justice issues ranging from environmental conservation to promoting gender equality and access to quality education. These initiatives have impacted millions of people and are pivotal in driving the region's sustainable development goals. One of the standout projects in this area is CMEO's collaboration with regional universities and industries through the CTVET program, which has fostered youth-led innovations in renewable energy, green technologies, and sustainable farming. These efforts are contributing to a more sustainable economy while creating job opportunities in emerging sectors aligned with global sustainability goals. This collaboration is complemented by CMEO Innotech's youth empowerment initiatives. The Learning to Be program equips Southeast Asian youth with essential life skills like leadership, collaboration, and problem solving, while the Future Thinking and Foresight program prepares them to tackle future challenges such as climate change and economic inequality. Additionally, the Innotech Youth Leadership Program strengthens leadership capabilities through workshops on governance, community engagement, and sustainable development. Together, these initiatives empower youth to lead change and contribute to a just and sustainable society. The rise of digital platforms has also enabled youth to expand their influence on a global scale. Around 72% of Southeast Asia's youth have access to the internet, making them one of the most digitally connected generations. Leveraging this connectivity, CMEO has promoted initiatives like the Digital Transformation and E-Enterprise Management course, which focuses on upskilling young people in digital literacy, cybersecurity, and e-commerce. By giving youth the tools to thrive in the digital economy, we are helping them secure sustainable employment in a rapidly changing world. Moreover, CMEO's involvement with the ASEAN Work Plan on Youth 2021 to 2025 aims to engage youth more actively in social justice and environmental sustainability. The work plan aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, recognizing youth as essential partners in achieving these global targets. For instance, 72% of Southeast Asian youth view the SDGs as relevant to their future, yet only 37% feel empowered by current systems to drive progress on these goals. Meanwhile, the ASEAN Youth Organization, which is a youth-led community that comprises more than 400,000 Southeast Asian youth, is an ASEAN-approved non-profit organization that spreads awareness of ASEAN to over 200 million young people in Southeast Asia. According to ASEAN statistics, more than 65% of youth in the region have participated in at least one social or environmental initiative, showcasing their readiness to engage in societal change. Therefore, to the young people here today, I urge you to recognize your power in shaping the world. You are not just inheritors of the future, but its architect. The challenges we face, whether in education, employment, or others, are opportunities for you to show your resilience and innovation. Your voice matters, your action counts, and your leadership is essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datuk Dr. Habiba, for your enlightening presentation and for emphasizing the crucial role of youth in shaping a more inclusive and equitable society. Your insights and experiences are truly inspiring as we look towards building a better future together. Let's give her another round of applause, please. As we wrap up this presentation, we now invite everyone to a lunch break. Lunch is being served in designated area, and we encourage you to continue this conversation over a meal. We'll reconvene here at 2 p.m. promptly. Just a reminder that we are already 1 hour behind our schedule, so we hope you enjoy your lunch. See you shortly.
Somehow, you gotta check a few because you know the logo in the front. Yeah. The logo also there. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Done. Okay.
look at the camera. Okay. Okay.
That's why it's very natural.
I say something like this? It's okay? Yeah. First.
You look somewhere.
Hello, hi.
You want? You take one beat. Okay, let me take yours.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, come, that's it. Please, तो माजी एक ले लो. Okay, हो गया. Good, come.
Oops. Ishong. And then, if you do it,
Hello. Good evening, good afternoon. I'm so blessed here today. Okay.
Madam. No, हम तो बड़ा सा. Madam. I want some in a photo this one.
Hello. Hello. Hi. I love your accent. I just want to say thank you so much. You speak so lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Where are you from? I'm from India, Chennai. Oh wow, Chennai. Dr. Murthy. Yes, from UNCC. It's so good to see. Okay, you're in tour. Yeah, tour. Okay. It was. So which grade are you in right now? Senior, last grade. She's ninth grade. I'm eighth grade. Oh wow. And welcome to Bangkok. How are you doing? So what about you? I have not experienced it. It's new to us. Oh yeah. We have a lot of spices. Yeah. Here we have to experience the sweets. Yeah. It's tangy most of the time. Thank you. Thank you. See you around. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just 1 minute away from starting the program, so I request everyone to get seated inside the hall, please. Abhay Nanda. I request everyone to get settled in because we'll be starting off the program very soon. This is the final announcement. I request everyone to get inside the hall so we can begin shortly. Again, I request everyone to be seated so that I can begin shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a refreshing lunch break and re-energized for this session. We are ready to move. We're ready to move into our first panel discussion, Innovating for Inclusion, Youth-Driven Solutions for Social Justice. This session will explore how young leaders are driving innovative solutions to address social justice challenges and building more inclusive communities. To guide us through this engaging discussion, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Rahul KC, co-founder of the International Youth Forum. With a deep commitment to empowering youth and fostering challenge, Mr. Rahul has been a driving force behind initiatives that uplift young voices and promote sustainable development. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Rahul KC as he takes the stage. Let's give him a big round of applause. With this, now I'm very happy to hand over the floor to Rahul KC, who will steer today's discussions. Over to you, Rahul KC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again. Delegates and STEAM guests, I'm Rahul KC. I'll be your moderator and will be your host and facilitating today's session. Innovating for Inclusion, Youth-Driven Solution for Social Justice. Apart from International Youth Forum, I'm also running an NGO that is promoting human rights education across Nepal, and its name is Youth for Human Rights Nepal. I have been promoting human rights education in my region from more than a decade. Before we begin, I want to recognize and feel proud of us for hosting this conference and meeting a discussion on an important topic in this panel discussion in the historic and beautiful city of Bangkok. We also acknowledge the vibrant tradition and culture graced by the warm-hearted people of Thailand and their significant contribution to the life of Asia region. Dear friends, I am also honored today to be here with each of you physically. Today's session focuses on children and young people, participation and advocacy in innovation and inclusion for social justice and human rights, and how it is shaping and changing the dimension of sustainable development across the regions. No matter your age, we need each of us to fully commit to engaging in applying inclusiveness across our countries and communities, which is the key to social justice for sustainable development. The young people are the key players and stakeholders in finding and applying innovative approaches to developing and implementing social policies, strategies, plans, and programs. We want not only world to speak on youth engagement or improvement in social justice, human rights, and sustainable development, but also there is investment which is the driving and enabling factor for supporting countries, youth, and communities to build just and equitable communities, not only financially, but also in leading the conversation and building capacity in human rights and SDGs. Now, I warmly welcome here today our panel expert we are delighted to have joined by them to meet this thought-provoking conversation about the role of innovation and inclusion for human rights, social justice, and sustainable development. Firstly, I would like to welcome Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, who is the founder of Youth for Human Rights International. We have Dr. Ove Means from India, who is the faculty of anthropology at the university in India. We have Professor Prisana Kumchai. She is also a law faculty in university in Thailand. And finally, we have Dr. Nandan Sharma, who is the Dean of the Department of Law at his university in India. To start, I would like to invite each panelist to identify in a single sentence one key challenges of equality and social justice among and between countries, especially focusing on SDG goal number 10. That is, reduce inequality for human rights and social justice towards the sustainable development. Each of the panelists, it's 1 minute. Yeah, from Dr. Ove. Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you so much, and a very good afternoon to the House. So, one of the key major challenge which I feel is the underlying economic disparity. It is present among the country itself and also between the countries or among the countries. So, this is one of the major reasons where we can identify the root cause where the social inequality, social injustice actually come up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for opportunity to be a part of this meaningful event today. And welcome, everyone. It's my honor to represent Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center, Faculty of Law Khon University, and our values partner as we gather to explore and advance our shared commitment to building an inclusive society through the lens of youth-driven solutions for social justice. To tackle the challenge of inequality and advance social justice globally, particularly in alignment with SDG Goal 10, it's crucial to implement innovative strategies that foster collaboration, equity, and resource distribution to empower communities and ensure equal opportunity for sustainable development.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to the esteemed guest. Thank you, IYF, for this opportunity. As said, we have to introduce in just one line. Rahul, I would just like to add SDG 16 also to give this challenge, along with SDG 10. And I think to reduce, as it says, to reduce all forms of violence and exploitation and of abuse, any type of abuse is the biggest challenge as we are discussing on a global front today, with many crucial countries looking ahead for a war this time. So obviously, when we reduce inequalities, that is the key for peace globally. So this becomes the most important challenge today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my esteemed panelists. And Rahul, thank you very much. So I'm a teacher. And if we have to deal with equality, we have to start with the same definition of that equality. Otherwise, what is equal for a meal in India has a lot of curry, but I'm sorry, I can't eat it. I have to eat rice when I eat in India because it's too spicy for me. So an equal meal in India and the equal meal in wherever
However, the USA is two different definitions, although we're both talking about equal. It's not equal. So that's why if we are talking about equality, we should be talking about equal human rights. And that starts with a definition of, so what are they?
All right. Thank you to our great panelists for sharing your opinion and thoughts and introducing the idea and currents in across the countries and equality, social justice and human rights. I totally agree with you all that to address social justice, we need to tackle the growing inequalities among the nations, advocate for the ability of resources, and build global commitment to human rights and social justice. Now I will allocate one question each for every panelist, and your time will be 5 minutes. So I'll start with Dr. Abe. Yeah. So, Dr. Abe, you have extensive experience working with indigenous people, local communities, and you to promote human rights and social justice through your research, advocacy, and grassroots initiatives across India and the Asia region. In your view, what policies are most critical to support youth-led community-driven solution for social justice? Also, how can youth effectively engage with local governments, and how can government collaborate with youth and local communities to ensure their voices are heard and their initiatives supported? Could you please share some case studies or successful partnership between stakeholders and youth that have contributed to right-based sustainable development?
Okay, thank you, Rahul. I think too many questions at one time, but anyways, I gathered all of them. Usually, if you notice in this Southeast Asia region, you will see that democracies are changing now. You know, the governments are becoming more regressive, and then the issue of social justice or economic justice or any kind of SDG 9, 16, 10, all the SDGs are interconnected. So when one gets affected, spontaneously it affects others as well. But since Rahul has spoken about, let's cite some good practices. So since I have just 5 minutes, I'll be speaking 4 or 5 good practices which I came across, I was involved, since I also come from an indigenous community, the Urans, the central part of India. So let's speak more, because Dr. Mary instructed in the morning that actions should speak louder than words. So since I see Rahul, I'll cite one example which we started in India. I'm a part of that organization, which is called as DISOM. So how youth can actually make changes. One is awareness, one is, speaking for the community, etc., etc. But we put this into practice. We borrowed it from Japan. In many of the school curriculum, you will seldom see that the politics being taught in the curriculum school level. So they started, and we copied it and borrowed the idea from them. So it is a cohort of 20 to 25 youth across India, belonging to different ethnic groups, different caste groups, different religion. They come down and stay with us for almost a year. We teach them constitutional values, international conventions, and then they are taken with, I was so happy with seeing Mary moving around the 16 plus countries. So we make them move different Indian states, right, starting from Jharkhand to the northeast, Nagaland, then to Kashmir, etc. This is one of the good practices where we are trying to build in that, most of the time in the UN conferences also we that shout out loud, the youth should be given the decision-making, that capacity. But I think before we get into that, it's very important that we build that decision-making, that process. Second is like what youth can do. What we did in the present, I belong to the state of Jharkhand. So we requested government, see how policies are built in a room where the House of Commons, House of Lords, in India it's Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha. So here the parliamentarians, they come down. So what we did, we gave a proposal to the government of Jharkhand, and they started youth parliament. The politicians sitting, similarly, all youth across Jharkhand, we used to invite keeping the gender balance, keeping the caste balance, keeping the community balance, and they would come and sit in the same seats where it's kind of mock drill kind of thing, where they are taught about how they raise questions, who sits on the left side, who sits on the right side, how the questions are framed, how the policies are drafted, what things you need to take care in responding to it, how you execute the plans. So, we are trying to build the youth and we are trying to nurture them, to make them understand if you want to make change, if you want to combat social injustice or the economic injustice, you are trained in a better manner and in a practical manner. I'll cite an example what youth can do. Since India, Rahul just knocked me when I'm just crossing the time. So our country, I belong to India, so it has become a kind of religious extremism is very much open there, So there is a kind of particular political party, they use that saffron flag to, putting it in all the religious places, etc. So it was such a beautiful example, which I cite almost everywhere. So India has a flag color which has the saffron, the orange on the top, middle is white, and the down it's green. So when the entire places was saffronized, what they did was, they brought that decorative item and placed saffron just below white, and then when it was a religious extremism, it turned into something which is of nation's pride. So it turned into an Indian flag. This was one of the examples. And then one more issue was there, where there is a rationalization of education. Government shut down more than 20,000 schools in the remote areas, citing that these schools are not very functional, and then we don't have much budget to support education. But I think for any country, education should be on the top priority, regardless of budget on everything. So then I am also a chief advisor to one of the NGOs, not NGOs, but a community based started in 1968, Adivasi Vikas Parishad. So we motivated youth at the village level, and they engaged into night classes, like kind of tutorials or the tuitions. So now it is functioning, and there is some kind of pressure group with the youth have done, and now they are partially funded by the government as well. Very minimal, but this is what we have started with. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ave, for a great work and sharing your experience and what you are doing to promote education and human rights and even SDGs and other things, right-based approach. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to move to our next panelist, Professor Prinsa Kumchai. With your extensive experience in advancing human rights and sustainable development through law, justice education, and advocacy, how can legal education support the enforcement of law and order, which also fostering responsible, disciplined, and active citizen? In what ways can youth be pioneer in promoting gender equality, advancing generational equity, which is key element in realizing human rights and social justice, particularly for women and other marginalized gender? So, Professor Kimichi, what role do you envision for academic institutions in empowering youth-led social initiatives aimed at inclusivity? Lastly, how can law students and young legal professionals contribute to policy reform that address systematic barriers to creating a more inclusive and equitable society?
Thank you, Mr. Rahul. Law and social change are intertwined, and both are essential in address SDG 10, reduce inequalities, by viewing law as tool for social progress. They can foster fairness, peace, and well-being. This approach enables transformative change, addressing root causes of injustice, inequality, and promoting inclusivity and equality across all areas of life. The transformation is particularly SDG Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, which underscore the need for laws to evolve along with society. The goal is to create peaceful and inclusive societies with universal access to justice and respect for the rules of law. To tackle the challenge of inequality and advance social justice global, the Faculty of Law has designed the legal education to develop future lawyers, DNA as regulators, investors, and innovators for social justice. Focus on equipping future legal professionals with comprehensive knowledge and skills that meet societal needs. The regulator for social justice, we are developing the ability to create and enforce law that ensure social justice with an emphasis on addressing inequality and preventing rights violation. And investor for the social justice, we are promoting an understanding of investment that focus on creating positive social impact and supporting benefits communities. And the innovator for social justice, we are fostering creativity in legal context to develop innovation that effectively solve social issues, including using technology and new methods to promote social justice. Our object is to develop lawyers who not only possess professional competence, but also have a social responsibility and are leaders in promoting justice and equality in society. Moreover, future lawyers must be nurtured to balance justice and development in all dimensions. Consider Thailand's inspiring journey in S1, the transformative power of integrating human rights into law. In the recent years, we have made significant strides in advancing human rights through legal reforms. A notable example is the enactment of the Gender Equality Act and the Same-Sex Marriage Equality Act, which represent a pivotal step forward, promoting and fulfilling rights of individuals by legally recognizing and marriage of same-sex couples. This legislation provides a legal framework for addressing gender-based discrimination, enabling individuals to seek justice and fostering a more inclusive society. This is a testament to the impact the delicate effort and strong legal backing can have on promoting and protecting human rights. Looking ahead, the Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center at our university is dedicated to create globally minded lawyers. It serves as a hub for learning, leadership, and sustainability. We believe that learning the law alongside human rights education will shape our students into ethical leaders who drive sustainable development and uphold the law's value in society. Our commitment to passing on the mission of human rights across generations, from the past to the present and into the future, is at the heart of what we strive to achieve. As a small part of this movement, the Human Rights Sustainable Learning Center and the Faculty of Law Khon University are dedicated to empowering youth in areas of human rights, the rule of law, and social justice. We are proud to see Khon province contributing to the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities. Finally, we look forward to creating even more space for collaboration. The HRS Learning Center at Khon remain commitment to working together with all partners to make lasting difference in our community and beyond. We can foster a generation of empowered young leaders who will passionately and effectively advocate for just and inclusive society. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim Chai, for your intervention. You emphasize that lawyers, they shouldn't only focus on their professional responsibilities, but also to their social responsibility. Thank you so much, Professor Kim Chai. Now, I would like to move forward with Professor Dr. Nandan Sharma. Dr. Sharma, globally, young people have been strong advocates leading social initiatives and movement for human rights and social justice. They have also been at the forefront of innovation and technology, using these tools to promote social justice through social projects, entrepreneurship, and individual action within their communities. So, what are the biggest challenges youth face today in driving social justice? How can they overcome these barriers? Also, how can technology be leveraged to empower marginalized communities and advance social justice? Additionally, what strategies can ensure that youth from underrepresented groups have equitable access to resources and opportunities, which is fostering inclusive youth empowerment for sustainable development?
Okay, thank you, Rahul. So more or less, it's a question on technology. So I was just wondering that most of the things today is driven by technology. Our life, our mobile phones are a part of our life, and most of the things we know today, we know whatever our mobile is telling us or showing us globally. We take anything, we take human rights, we take anything, we good news, bad news. We only know what technology is telling us. So that shows that it becomes one of the most important tool, and it's going to stay now. It's going to stay for long. Thanks to COVID, it even increased it. It increased our dependency on technology, and everything today is technology driven, and it's not bad, it's a good thing. But thing is how to leverage this thing now. How it's one of the most powerful tool, whether we go for knowledge to gain education, or we even talk about a rebellion. It is only driven by technology today. It is driven by internet today. We have no armed rebellion which today moves without technology or internet. This was not the case 10 years, a decade before, or even earlier to that. There was no use of technology at that time. There was use of good technique, but not technology. Now, as Abhay sir told about, he was talking about religious extremism in our country. It is driven by technology. 200% it is driven by technology. So, and the main customer, the major customer is the youth. It's the youth, including people like us. I'll include myself in youth. Don't go to my gray hairs, I'm a youth. Yes, you too. Mary also says she's a youth, yes. So we are also more or less driven by this. So this becomes the major challenge. So when you are talking about challenge to underprivileged or other, I take it to that level also, that challenges also includes accessibilities and opportunities, equal opportunities for all, right? Whether it is underprivileged or any downtrodden classes or other classes. Then we also talk about accountability. One of the biggest challenge, that is accountability. And the biggest challenge that still our country is also facing today, even after enactment of the laws to curb this thing. Most of the countries of the world today are not having good laws to curb this. The issues arising on internet issues, or the internet, or the technology, or interrelated things. So these become some of the big challenges today when I talk about challenges. Now we come how to, first I'll come, before coming to the solution, I'll also talk a little bit about how to use it. Role of education or role of entrepreneurship. First, when obviously the online education or its role, to my mind also comes just around COVID. If I talk, being a professor of law also, if I talk to this August gathering, I did not have that knowledge of online education just 4 years back also that I have today. So that stands true to my youth also, and that also might not stand true for the youth of underprivileged. Today also they might not be having accessibility to that. What now, I'll just elaborate a bit. We all have heard about different online education platforms, whether it is Coursera or whether it is edX or other, the global platforms also. My country also now has a big emphasis on online education through courses on MOOCs, that is the massive online education platform, and the Swayam platform, a very robust platform, right, that is empowering almost more than 30 million students getting education. So we cannot underscore the value of this technology-driven online education. It has reached to every remote area. But again, the question, the challenge says that accessibility, whether it is reaching to every student, underprivileged student, the answer might be a no also. It is equal opportunity. It is equal accessible to all, but still they are not, there might be financial barriers. Today, if I have to go for a course from University of London or Birmingham or any other university on Coursera, it might cost me a little bit costly to me. So yes, we have to see the financial viability to leverage this biggest tool of education that it reaches to the masses. For in our country, the MOOCs courses are very, very nominal, free of cost, accessible to everyone. Such should be the courses that are globally sought after. And we have to include, in onus is on us, these people sitting inside this room, that we have to develop more and more courses on sustainable development goals and human rights fitting to this Coursera model, right? We might be having some courses, but each one of us has to take this responsibility that we develop more courses, new courses. I don't think the people around the villages have the knowledge of SDG today. In spite of IYF or the organizations like Youth for International Youth Forums doing such a great work, these things are not percolating inside the soil of each and every country. So more courses, because education is the only tool to strengthen this, right? So we need to strengthen this by this. So one thing, one conclusion, that we have to develop more and more courses. We have, as an ambassador of human rights, as a person having knowledge of human rights, it's the onus is on us to create these courses, right, of 1 hour duration, 30 minutes duration, 2 hours duration, and float these courses for the knowledge and education of each one of us. We all just saw the motivational videos here, how beautiful they have been made. Even that one human rights definition gave a message to each one of us through, I think that was a 30-second video, 30 to 1 minute. So that's the power. That's the power, that immediately, that was just 3 lines describing that. It percolated inside. So that's how we can leverage the technology today. So this is the thing. I think the points have been covered. So these are some of the points. So I was reading here that Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General, I was just reading, of the United Nations, said that digitization can advance access to justice by creating streamlined processes. However, this depends on equal, reliable internet access. So I just met a delegate from London here, and she was also referring that the network, the infrastructure, the robust mechanism required globally also has to be strengthened to leverage the technology even more and more better, because technology is bringing the whole world together now, close. So the infra has to be developed equally. Infrastructure means our internet connectivity, our mobiles, our laptops, are not all the underprivileged and the students to which we are reaching out. They must have access to this robust platform in the villages, in the remote areas, so that they can also have access, which we, each one of us sitting here, has. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, on emphasizing that we should develop technology, we should develop more courses on human rights and SDGs using technology. Definitely, we agree that these days technology has been the integral part of our life. And we have to use it very responsibly also. You also emphasize that even rebel groups are also using. It has been very easy access to everyone. And we should be more responsible on using technologies. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for your intervention. Now, I would like to move forward to our final panelist, Dr. Mary. So I have a question for you. As you are a teacher.
As long as it's an easy question.
Oh,
Remember,
yeah.
I'm a teacher, right? I'm the one allowed to ask the difficult questions.
All right. So, yeah. So, educational institutions play a crucial role in shaping the value of peace, human rights, and social justice in young mind. How can we effectively integrate human rights education into school and university curriculum to foster a culture of inclusion from an early age? Could you share a success story where youth-led human rights education has driven meaningful social change?
Well, thank you so much, Rahul. And first of all, I mean, amazing presentations. Let's give him another hand. Wow. You're a hard act to follow. Okay, so if we have to look at equality and justice, as you were talking about, in the educational system, I would say that I would like to propose that one of our most disadvantaged communities in the educational system and, in fact, in society are people with disabilities. Am I right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, there are various disabilities, varying degrees of disabilities, but certainly they are marginalized in many ways. So I think what I would like to do is start with a story. You know, I like stories. So I'm the president of Youth for Human Rights, so I have the privilege of receiving letters from the materials we send out to wonderful universities such as yourselves and hearing stories back about, you know, what happens and, you know, what were the results. So we received a letter from a mother from Australia. And it was thanking us very much for the materials, and she went on to tell us the story. She had a very happy child up to the age of 5. A very happy family, no problems in the family. She was the only child, so adored. And there was absolutely no problems until she was 5. And what was the problem then? Well, she went to school. You know, kindergarten for those kids, we call it school. We're going to go to school, right? So when she went to school, that's when the bullying started. And she came home in absolute tears. There's absolutely no way she's going back to school. This is just not going to happen. And her mother was really distraught because, you know, this child is 5. She has to go to school until she's pretty much 18. That's a lot of years of trying to convince the child to get into the car to let's go to school. So the mother decided what's she going to do about it. And I need to back up because the reason that she had a problem at school is because she stutters. You know? What do you do with that? It's not like she could take her to the doctor and quickly fix something or buy her a different color shirt or even take her to a different school. The child stutters. So how are we going to deal with it? She went online. The mother went online saying, well, what do I do? She came across the Youth for Human Rights videos like the one you saw this morning, watched the videos, and told her little girl, come and sit with me. I'm going to teach you about human rights. About what? The mother shared with her probably about 5 of those little videos. And the little girl just blossomed. She said, I have human rights. But the problem with it, Mama, is that those kids at my school, they don't know about these videos. They don't know that I have human rights. You need to take these videos to my school. So the mother got with the teacher and said, you know, please, I mean, the child doesn't want to come to school. She's in tears. It's traumatic for her. Is there any way that I can just share these little videos with the students? Teacher said she tried everything to try and handle the bullying. It didn't handle. Please bring the videos. Now these kids are 5. So the mother would show one little video, and then in a couple of days show one little video. And after a few days, the bullying stopped. And those bullies became her friends. So going to school wasn't a problem anymore. Why? Because she knew that not only does she have human rights, but she has the same human rights as those bullies. And she also knew that if any other children came on with her, she was able to just show them the video, and that would be that. In other words, it gave her the confidence at 5 to understand that she deserves to be respected in the same way that those bullies deserve to be respected. So that's an example in an educational facility where the teacher tried literally everything, and simply by communicating those human rights in a way that the children could easily understand. Now, clearly, they didn't try and teach them all 30 human rights. I don't think they'd understand copyright too terribly well at 5. But it was enough for them to understand that they need to respect each other. So that's one example of teaching human rights in an educational facility, but in a child-friendly way, in such a basic way that's easy to understand and conceptualize. So what I'm going to do, because I'm a teacher, is I'm going to teach you 3 more human rights, and then we're going to chat a little bit further. So if we could please, let's have the next human right. Are we not ready? We're not ready. Okay. So can you get ready?
Video.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is, while we get ready with the videos over there, there's something really important for me when we're talking about equality, and that is this other word, justice. And as lawyers here, I sit in very good company. Most people think that the 30 human rights of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are entitlements. They are what is owed to us. That's what we have to get. Most people don't understand Article 29, and that is our duties, our responsibilities toward each other. So with the 30 human rights, you literally have a balancing act of 29 human rights, and then this one that is our duty that makes it work. So to the degree that we want human rights, we have to be willing to take responsibility. We have to do our duty. For example, students at a school, they have the right to be in a classroom and learn. They have the right. If they paid the dues and what have you, they have the right. But if the student does not do their homework, does not participate in that education, they will lose the education. Not because the teacher walked out or because there was no school, but because they didn't take responsibility. And the way I explain it is this. To me, human rights are like a bicycle wheel. We have 29 spokes to the wheel. The right to an education, the right to a nationality, the right not to be discriminated against, etc., etc. 29 spokes to the wheel. But there's no bicycle in the whole wide world that would work without the hub in the middle of that wheel. Am I right? Correct. The spokes would just fly around. You could have 1,000 spokes. The bicycle's not going to work. So for us to make human rights work for us, we have to do our duty. If we see discrimination, we have to do something about it. If we go to school wanting an education, we need to do our lessons. etc., etc. So every single one of the 29 human rights has what we have to do, and that puts the justice in. That balances it, because it's not just a matter of give me, give me, give me. It's almost Halloween. I saw at the hotel, they even celebrated here in Thailand. I was impressed. But human rights are not just like Halloween candies. Yes, we're entitled to those rights, but we have to do our share. We have to do our responsibility. That balances it. So as many human rights as you want on this side, you have to do your duties on that side. And together, that balances it. And it makes the bicycle work for us. So now, let's see if those videos are ready. Yes? All right. So we're going to learn another human right. Because I'm a teacher, right? If they're not ready, I'm a teacher. I can talk until tomorrow. Dr. Ramu, are we ready? Okay, good.
Steven. Eric, right here. I'll take him right there. All right, take care. You, right here.
It greeted you at birth. It was there for your first step, your first mistake, your first kiss. It's with you when you win, when you lose, when you pick yourself up again. In every moment, you can feel it. Life. Human right number 3, the right to life. What are human rights? Find out at youthforhumanrights.org.
Good morning. I'm here to read you your rights.
My what?
We're all free and equal. Don't discriminate. You have the right to life.
You have the right to life and to live in freedom and safety.
You have a right to education. You have a right to your own things.
You have the right to social security. You have the right to play.
You have the right to democracy. You have the right to asylum.
You have the right to take responsibility.
And no one
and nobody can take these rights and freedoms away from you.
Why are you doing this?
You have a right to know.
You have the right to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, for sharing the inspiring story and how human right education can stop bullying in their school days from early childhood. This was very inspiring story. And I agree that responsibility is most important. And we have to realize that my responsibilities, my human rights are your responsibility, and your human rights and is my responsibilities. Also, I believe that human rights are the human values also. Now, moving to the next session. Now, I will take some questions from the participants also. We'll take very few questions. Already, I have been warned that we are running out of time. So I'll open the floor. Any interested participant, if they want to ask question to panelists, or even they want to comment on this panel, please. All right. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Honored delegates and organizers, thank you for giving me opportunity. My name is Dr. Abdul Rafiq, and I'm privileged to represent Pakistan at this SDGs and Human Rights Conference. And it was really astonishing that I'm the only candidate, delegate representing Pakistan here. As we gather to discuss SDGs, it's vital to remember that achieving the SDGs is impossible without a strong foundation of human rights. I would like to bring your attention in the context of Kashmir, because I'm a Kashmiri itself, where due to conflict, human rights are undermined. Peace, justice, and equality is another example, and we face the systematic denial of our basic human rights in terms of education, in terms of peace and the living and migration is taking place. These atrocities not only hinder the region's development, but also prevent the realization of SDGs, particularly those focused on reducing inequalities, providing quality education, and promoting peace. On the basis of these ground realities, how SDGs are going to define the people, those who are living in conflict zone. Because if in order to the people and where basic human rights are being denied, how SDGs are going to achieve under Agenda 2030? So that needs that need to be defined according to that. And ending here with the replacing with no one left behind. I think people, those who are living in conflict zones, especially Kashmir, is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. Any more questions from the participants? All right. So yeah, first one.
No, sorry, that was very loud. Thank you very much for your insightful discussions. We really enjoyed listening to your stories and the stories that you have shared. First of all, my name is Bashir. I am representing Afghanistan and as well as Australia, along with my 3 other delegates. Given that the time is very limited, so I'll go straight to the questions. So the question is, how can we combine the fight for equality and human rights with youth-led innovations? And this question has a second part as well, which is, what can be done to empower young people to lead in building more inclusive community and society, and how can others support their efforts? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. From panelists, Dr. Abe, so you want to share that?
Thank you. I think this question, I want to take it. See, I think this hairline is also visible. So I'm with the same boat with Dr. Mary. The thing is, which I want to underline, is that, given our age, we are not at risk, but the coming generation or the youth, they are at risk, because almost we have led our life. So, the best example which you say, how we can make changes or involve youth, she is the best example. She never knew a 12-year boy wearing that golf cap with a white sticker on the nameplate or the number plate, she went around. She did the hand holding. So it is our responsibility, the senior members, to enculture and, to groom these youths. She found 2 gems, Dr. Ram, Mr. Rahul. There are many others to name. So I think this is also our responsibility. And I'll end up with one of the famous quote which Swami Vivekananda delivered in the UN conference. Don't ask your nation what you have given, what the nation has given it to you. Ask yourself what you have contributed to the nations. So she is very correct when she says the hub is very important, and the onus and that thought that yes, it's my duty, my responsibility to make realize all the 17 goals or the 30 human rights. This should be the onus of each and everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. So we'll take some questions from this side. Yeah, we'll over there? Yeah, all right. Yeah, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, I'll take that as yes. So, earlier in the discussion, we told that implementing inclusiveness in various aspects of everyday life is a good way to solve social injustice, right? However, my question is, hiring from these marginalized groups to meet these quotas can unfortunately lead to just an incapable and unqualified person being selected for these things rather than a more qualified and a more capable person rather from the majority. So how can you make sure that inclusivity of various aspects of society does not affect the majority due to loss of these opportunities in a negative manner?
So all right. I think, yeah, Dr. Ravi, you represent marginalized community also. So please.
See, actually, this has been a very big debate for centuries, not for decades. The thing is, the starting line should be the same. If you are present here, that means you're privileged. Somebody who's from a marginalized community, he doesn't know about this conference. He doesn't know about what the human rights are, right? You go to a very premium school, your education is something different. Think about the person who goes to a school just for having meal, that midday meal. So, and think about the parents. Your parents devote time to you. Their parents are daily laborers. So the starting line, if it is the same, given the equal opportunity, everyone gets the equal opportunity, I think things will change. Until and unless you draw the line where everybody needs to start, it's very difficult and it's not ethical to comment who finishes the first. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ravi. So we'll take one more question. We are already running out of time. All right, maybe there's so many hands over there. Maybe from here we'll take.
Thank you for giving me a floor. As a pre-service teacher, I understand that education plays a critical role in shaping inclusive societies. However, fostering social justice within the classroom often requires more than curriculum reforms. It demands cultural shifts, student empowerment, and inclusive teacher practices. So my question is, how can young educators like myself become agents of change, not just within the classroom, but also in our communities, to bridge the gap between education policy and everyday practice in promoting equity and social justice? What role can youth-driven innovation play in making these efforts sustainable and impactful? Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Sharma.
See, for me, I think the solution is very simple, that whatever you've earned through your education, first you have to give that to the society. Give it to the society, spend few years like the person sitting in front of you, they've given something to the society, and that's how they've learned what the issues are. So when we give back, it comes back to the whole world at large. This is how you can go ahead. A very simple step, go to the society after earning this education and give it back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, we'll have one more question. Please be very short. Yeah, all right.
Good afternoon. I just would like to ask, worldwide people talking about the human rights, but I think some other countries, organizations, human rights officers, I have seen there are no transparency and no equality. So why is like that?
All right. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry that you are listening to me again and again, but this is really a crucial question. When Dr. Mary was delivering her speech, I still noticed that when we talk about peace, it is just a journey. It's not that we will achieve, or it's not a destination. So a peace will dwell only then when we rest in peace. So not before that, but yes, that disparity has to be there, and it will be there. The difference is that, some society are at a better position, some society is still struggling, like the sister from Kashmir, she talked about, but our effort should be to mitigate it, to minimize it in whatsoever means we can. This is not that at one point of when Dr. Mary, Rahul, Dr. Ram or others, Anish, they all stand up and we make effort and we stand at equally at some level platform. It's not going to happen. Some will be a bit ahead, some will be a bit lower. But yes, it should be our duty to hold hand whose who are lying down. Thank you so much.
All right. Now, we are almost at the end of the panel session. So I would like to request every panelist to conclude their remarks in 2 minutes. Please stick on the time.
I think since I've already spoken many things, the summation would be, we might throw many beautiful statements to empower you, to motivate you. But the best part is you look within yourself. Instead of asking what is the solution, try to think about it. Like what Dr. Nandan said, reach out to community. This could be your own process. In one of my questions, I asked, what makes 4? If the answer is 4, people instantly come up with it's 2 plus 2 is 4. But yes, then it could be 1.8 plus 1.2. So brainstorm yourself. Look around yourself. It's not about school. If you look around yourself, you'll find many things. And there are beautiful people to hold your hands. So look yourself, and I think they will find many beautiful answers to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining this collective journey to advocate for social justice, equality, and sustainability together. We can facilitate impactful transformation that uphold this value for generations to come. Thank you.
So just to conclude, I would just take help from what Dr. Abe said, that yes, as Swami Vivekananda has said, that it is the only solution is empowering youth. So these 2 days also we are empowering youth, but this is not a 2-day journey. Obviously, each day we have to empower youth, and it's only and only the youth that can bring any change if it is possible, because whether it is self-introspection, as he said, or it's any other thing, it is only through youth. It is any Kashmir issue we take, or any, it is only the introspection. It is, and each and every SDG, or as ma'am said, all the human rights, they are to be driven by youth. The drivers are youth. So my all salute to the youth sitting. Thank you.
As I said earlier, peace, a star-high goal. Start with inner peace. Start with peace within the home, within the family. Start with peace in the community. One step at a time. Stay positive. Stay proactive. And action, 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 followed by education, education, education. I warned you, I'm a teacher. Thank you.
Thank you so much for our wonderful panelists, and thank you so much for enlightening us. So, concluding, Dr. Mary, she emphasized that action through education. And Dr. Ove, he said, first look at yourself, and reach to the community and brainstorm yourself. Even Dr. Sharma, he said youth can bring the change and they are only the solution to solve the recurring issue. Thank you so much for all the panelists. It was very wonderful time. So all the participants, if you have any other questions, you can meet them and ask them personally after this session. Thank you so much, and I'm handovering mic to our MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our esteemed panelists, for your valuable insights, and to our wonderful moderator, Mr. Casey, for guiding the discussion so smoothly. Your expertise and perspectives have truly enriched today's session. Now, without any further ado, we would move to our second panel discussion, titled Global Partnerships Building Bridges Between Youth and Intergovernmental Organizations. This panel will explore how young leaders can collaborate with global institutions to drive impactful change and strengthen international cooperation for a brighter future. For this, it is my great honor to introduce the newly crowned Miss Nepal World 2024, Miss Asma Kumari KC, who will be moderating this discussion. Ms. KC is not only a celebrated title holder, but also a passionate advocate for youth engagement and social development. She has been actively involved in initiatives that empower young people and foster collaboration with various organizations to create change. With her experience and dedication, she will skillfully guide our discussion on how young leaders can build effective partnerships with intergovernmental organizations. With a big round of applause, please join me in welcoming Ms. Asma Kumari on the stage, please. With that, I'm delighted to hand over the session to Ms. Asma KC. The stage is yours, and again, a little reminder, you only have 40 minutes for your moderating session, and when I stand up, it means that the time's up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ashma Kumari KC, and I'm honored to be moderating today's discussion on global partnership, building bridges between intergovernmental youth and intergovernmental organization. As the current Miss Nepal and a youth advocate, I've had the opportunity to engage in various human rights and development initiatives. And I'm thrilled to explore how partnerships between young people and global organizations can foster lasting impact. But before we begin, let me introduce the esteemed panelist. Ms. Tarani Suvaronon is the project manager who heads the Business and Human Rights Department in UNDP Thailand. We also have with us Mr. Elliot Lancaster, MBE, founder and director of ICWCW. We also have Ms. Sunika Joshi, who is the co-founder of DAFE Enterprise and psychologist of Nepal. Thank you so much to our panelists for being here. Before we dive into the discussion, I'd like for the panelists to take 2 to 3 minutes to introduce yourselves to the audience and all the wonderful work that you've been doing.
Hello everyone, my name's Elliot Lancaster. So I founded the International Chemical Weapons Unit. Just as a quick show of hands, does anyone know what the chemical weapons accord is and the Chemical Weapons Convention? Does anyone have any idea what that is? So absolutely nobody. So that's why we set it up. So the Chemical Weapons Convention was founded in 1993 in order to prevent the use of chemical weapons and abolish all the stockpiles. Unfortunately, we've seen lots of instances of that still taking place even today. And why we founded the organisation was to prevent and mitigate against those instances, provide lots of support, lots of relief, asylum support as well we've been working towards. So I'm happy to take further questions, but that's where we are positioned. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Tarini. I'm project manager for UNDP Thailand, focusing on business and human rights. Before joining as a UN personnel, I have been working with the private sector in Thailand, focusing on corporate sustainability. So basically improving the standard of the company on environmental and social aspect performance of the company. And in our project in Thailand, we work a lot with different stakeholders. For the government sector, we work with them in terms of developing the registration and policy framework, which is outline the responsibility of the private sector in Thailand on to ensure their commitment on human rights. And for the private sector side, we also have a lot of activity with them in terms of capacity building to raise their awareness on the human rights obligations and also building the human rights management system for the corporations. And also we work with the civil society organization to enhance their capacity in terms of monitoring the case on the human rights violations that associated with the business sector. So maybe just a bit of the background of our project here, and I'm looking forward to the second round of the discussion. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sunika, and I would like to introduce myself as a mental health professional first, and as a social and cross-cultural psychologist, and a co-founder of DAFE Works. I'll be expanding more on what DAFE Works is as the question comes along. But the most important things that I want to say on my introduction is that I've dedicated 10 years of my life in destigmatizing mental health issues in Nepal. And one of my biggest achievements, I would say, is when my mother asked me to suggest her a psychologist for her anxiety issues. So change starts from home, and that's where I want to begin with. And I believe that I've made that changes. Currently, I've been working in school mental health programs and community mental health programs, and also on suicide prevention of youth in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panel. I'm so excited to be in conversation with such amazing personalities. And thank you so much for sharing your insights. So I'm going to ask each of you a tailored question based on your expertise. I think I'd like to start with Miss Tarini first. You work in business and human rights in UNDP Thailand. In your experience, how can young people collaborate with intergovernmental organizations to ensure that businesses are accountable for their human rights practices, particularly in sectors that are critical for sustainable development? I would request all our panelists to make sure that your response is very brief because we have a limited time on our hands.
Thank you for the questions. I think I would need a lot of time, but again, to be brief, as I mentioned earlier, that we work a lot with the private sector, government, and civil society organization to ensure the human rights commitment of all sectors. So regarding the engagement of youth, I would say that UNDP see the youth not just only the target beneficiary of the development, but we see youth as the partner and also leader in shaping our society. So again, the youth component is actually the key pillar that cuts across many work at UNDP Thailand. For the business and human rights, today, which I have the opportunity to share with you about our ongoing initiative, especially with the engagement of youth. So there are several thematic areas that I would like to highlight today. The first one is on the improvement of access to remedy and the promotions of human rights defender. We just launched the 2 important studies on the role of human rights defender in Thailand, and we have engaged a lot of young defenders as part of data collections in this study. What we found is here very interesting is that there have been a trend regarding the attack to the young defender in Thailand, especially in the form of SLAP case, which stands for the strategic litigation against public participations. It's happened when the young defenders talk negative about the company operations. They just can click or reshare the social media contents just anywhere. The company can use these contents and to sue back them in the court. So something like that has been ongoing in Thailand. So we found that we need to do something. So we raised this key finding to the government, and to ensure that the existing law will be able to protect the young defenders. So there is a lot of conversation with the government, and we leverage our status as the intergovernmental organization to convene kind of like a dialogue between the government and the young leader and the young defenders themselves. Recently, we just have this dialogue on the development of the second National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which is the key policy framework on business and human rights in Thailand. And there is one chapter on human rights defender. It's actually the key thematic area in the National Action Plan, where we ensure that the government will have the youth participations in every decision with regard to the protections of human rights defender. So I would say that this is the key step that we try to advocate the policy action from the government. The second area of engagement under this project is on the young entrepreneur and young professional. So we work a lot with the private sector, as I mentioned, on building their capacity on human rights management and obligations. So we have targeted young entrepreneurs and also young professionals in the company by aiming that they're going to be a focal person or the human rights champions who can cascade the expectations and the culture of respect for human rights in the organizations. So we have been working on this a lot, and the issue that we found is that the human rights topics in the company is actually still very emerging topic for the private sector here. The company are not really aware why the human right is relevant to them. The first thing they would think about the rights of their employees, which is partially true, but they will have to think further, like what are the stakeholders in the business operation throughout the value chain, upstream from downstream of their business activity. Who can they harm, who they can violate the human rights. And we need to ensure that the company would have the focal person or the champion, which young professionals are very crucial actor in the company to drive this agenda forward. And the third area that we are currently working on through a new project called Agent of Change, we just got the funding from the European Union to run a very important project which specifically engage with youth and media in Thailand. So we are working on these topics to ensure that the youth and young people in Thailand will be engaged and have the space to voice the concern on business-related human rights issue. And this can include the human rights and environmental impact associated with the business operations. So under this project, we just recently launched the series of workshops focusing on young people and responsible consumptions. This workshop has been ongoing in many countries, and Thailand is one of them. Last year, we also have one in India, where we engage a lot of young leaders from the university to get together and raise their awareness how business and human rights agenda is relevant to them and how they can advocate this agenda to the business sector. And one day we dedicate, the field work, taking the youth participant to Central World. It's the big shopping mall over here. We took them to a big supermarket sections and allow them to see which product that they think is the most socially and environmentally responsible products. And we come back and discuss and how they can further develop the product if in the future they become a young entrepreneur. Something like that, this we are working on. So I'm happy to share this, that this activity is not just happening in Thailand, but also other countries. Like in this region, we have the business and human rights projects in another 7 countries. So I'm pleased to explore the collaborations with the youth leaders and the organization here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rini. I think it's amazing to hear all the good work that you're doing through your organization, and I think even you emphasize on the importance of human rights education. So I think the next person that I'd like to ask a question to is Mr. Elliott. I think your work in ICWU is very interesting. So I think the audience would like to hear more about the work that you're doing there. And also, could you please elaborate the role of ICWU in youth mobilization for SDGs?
Great, so I'll answer that in reverse actually, because I think youth engagement and empowerment is the most important thing to our organisation, and we do everything in partnership. So we are a youth-led organisation. We also have a youth ambassador scheme. We've got youth ambassadors in over 50 countries now who are actually actively promoting our work. We created something called the Chemical Weapons Accord, which links to the Chemical Weapons Convention, which is more on an individual basis, and organisations can sign it too. So it's more relatable for all individuals to understand, and youth was directly involved in writing and disseminating that. So everything that we do has youth involved at the centre. I think that's incredibly important, rather than asking the questions afterwards and just using it as a marketing tool. I think we want to avoid any of that sorts of youth washing, which sometimes does take place. But in terms of what does the organisation do, we work very closely with government and local government to abolish the use of chemical weapons and to improve safe practices in using chemicals as well. We've actually just come back from Finland, where we've been doing some work with Toyota, particularly around them moving to hydrogen vehicles because of lots of risks around the lithium production actually in lots of Southern America, and the impact that's having on biodiversity and lots of indigenous people in that area. So it's a range of governmental and working with businesses, but we do have youth involved at every step of the way. And if you are interested in being a part of the organisation as it continues to grow, I'm more than happy to have that conversation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. I have one follow-up question to that, which is today we're discussing about bridging the gap between youth and intergovernmental organization, and you did talk about the importance of youth, especially in the work that you're doing. I wanted to know, how do you think we can involve more young people in the decision-making? How do you think we bridge the gap between the two sections?
That's a very critical question, actually, because we're not reaching out to as many people as we should be. I think we need to look at the networks we've currently got, but then, of course, we have the issue of reaching similar people, not the people that we're struggling to get involved. So I think it's lots of activism that's required, reaching out and going into those communities. That faces lots of geographical barriers, but it's something that we need to do, and we need to do it in partnership. I mean, there's so many of us here in the room today. If we all worked in collaboration and in partnership, think about how many people we could reach.
Absolutely. Synergy is the most important thing after all. And my third panelist, Ms. Sunika Joshi, as the co-founder of DAFE Enterprise, which empowers women through local entrepreneurship, and you're also a psychologist by profession. I think you have a unique perspective on both entrepreneurship and mental health. How do you think in global partnerships support young entrepreneurs, particularly women, and ensure that their well-being is prioritized while they pursue their economic empowerment?
Thank you, Ms. Asma, for your question. So before I dive into the topic, I want to expand on what exactly DAFE is and how it came into existence. So in 2015, when the major earthquake happened in Nepal, we were going into the relief programs in different communities in rural areas. So when we went there, we saw high risk for women and girls in those areas. They were in high risk of human trafficking, child labor, early marriage, child marriage, school dropout, and the list can go on and on and on. So when we saw that, we decided that we need to do something sustainable for the women and girls, because when some disaster happens in the community, it's usually what happens after the disaster and what kind of changes we see in the communities and society. So we wanted to tackle this issue by bringing in women and girls from the rural areas and training them into skill development. So when we're exploring, the first thing that we saw, the most effective thing that we saw that we can do is providing them training on tailoring and stitching clothes. So when we talk about global partnership, a lot of things that we do today as DAFE is possible because of the local partnership and the global partnership. So we collaborated with many local partners, especially local garments, Nepali community garment producers, who were also working in producing sustainable clothing. So first thing, we were working with women, but we also wanted to add more agendas into it, and that was our climate action, so that the project does not produce more waste and more burden to the environment. So we've partnered with many global organizations where we received excellent mentorship. So I cannot stress on the importance of mentorship when you're starting entrepreneurship. And this can be possible with global partnership. For example, in Nepal, the sustainable fashion is still a very new industry. We do not have many resource persons, we do not have many tools and technologies that can provide us with extensive knowledge and experiences on sustainable fashion. So we added one more component where we can create sustainable fashion industry involving women and girls from the marginalized communities. So this has made, global partnership has made this possible for us. And today we have reached to 4 different districts in Nepal. We are also working with indigenous women in Janakpur district. We are also bringing in talents from the indigenous communities. We work on Mithila art. I'm sure if you've been to Nepal, you'll see Mithila art somewhere. And we are promoting Mithila art everywhere. And global partnership has also allowed us, or given us that space to explore our local resources so that we can showcase in the global market. It has also linked us with many different entrepreneurs who has given us many different ideas to localize products. So that is one. In regards to mental health, as a psychologist, I've always tried to prioritize skills such as emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, effective communication, stress management. And these are not just limited to any particular group. These are the skills that are needed as life skills in all entrepreneurs, in all human beings. And in DAFE, we do this regularly. So whoever are our beneficiaries, we make sure that they are not dependent on us, but we teach them skills, we provide them resources so that they are self-reliant when any crisis comes in. So we're not waiting for any kind of crisis to happen to provide them with resources. We already make them equipped in order to make them independent and very self-reliant on doing that. The consequences that we have seen is on a behavioral level. Obviously, it is about women empowerment, it is about equality, it is also about economic empowerment of these women and girls. In the first year, when we bring in women and girls from the rural areas, they're very dependent, their decisions are based on what the male member of the family says. They start sentences with, my father wants me to do this, my brother has asked me to do this. So in between work, they've left work because something has come up and their father wants them to come back. Throughout our training, we have provided them about human rights, about their sexual and reproductive rights, and also about menstrual hygiene. Towards the end of the training, towards the end of the capacity building, we have seen those same beneficiaries saying, now I want to go back to the village to register my own tailoring company. I want to open a shop, I want to open a bank account, and saving for their own education if they want to continue, or if they want to start business. Another thing is not just for women and girls, but for all entrepreneurs who are wanting to start up, we need to provide them spaces. We need to provide a safe space, an inclusive space where they can come and be vulnerable. We focus so much on just being very strong, but as human beings, and as human beings with emotions, we are vulnerable. We face challenges, we face situations, and it is important that we provide those spaces where they can be vulnerable. So this is what I have included in the business model, in the entrepreneurship model as a psychologist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sunika. I think it's so interesting to hear all the wonderful work that your organization has done. And I have one follow-up question to that. DAFE is a youth-led organization that you're running. So how do you think youth-led organization like yours can build better partnership with intergovernmental bodies in order to localize SDGs?
So I think there are many layers to it. I see this not as there are intergovernmental organizations and there are youth organizations and there is a direct link. There are many layers that connects us to intergovernmental organizations, and in the beginning this was a huge challenge for us. So for example, networking was something that helped us a lot. We went into programs, we self-invited ourselves. We showed up in many different conferences, in many different events that were happening, introducing our concepts. We practiced on elevator pitch, if you've heard, like in 2 minutes you can say what DAFE is, where you come from and everything. We worked so much on ourselves so that when we go and represent our work, our mission, then people can hear us and see what we are doing. So for example, we have tried many different things in DAFE. We tried on women empowerment, we tried on economic empowerment, and all of these align with the intergovernmental organization's mission. But still, the journey was not very simple for us. So applying for funding, applying for proposal writings, submitting our presentations, and it took a lot of work to get to the intergovernmental organizations. But however, I would say that right now we are in a very good position where we've networked and we have built that relationship with the intergovernmental organizations. And we would say that we are adding value to their mission by doing what we do in DAFE. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. I'm going to ask a question, and I would want each of our panelists to answer it. And the question is, youth often face barriers when trying to engage in high-level policy discussions. In your experience, what are the most significant barriers to youth participation in global decision-making, and how do you think we can overcome it?
Thank you for the questions. I think these are very critical questions that a lot of countries facing. As working for the development agency like UNDP, we, as I mentioned, that we have engaged with youth in many activities. I would say that the mindset of, the policymaker is the key barrier. I'm not saying like every agency that have the negative, attitudes against youth, but some still have quite a conservative ideas about youth engagement. But for Thailand, I think we are moving forward, on this and become more open, which I can see a lot of progress happening recently. For example, we have the project working with the parliamentarians to advocate the SDG agenda in the registrations. As you know, right, the parliamentarians have the important role in drafting the laws and release the law. So one of the KPI that the parliamentarians now adopting in their action plan is that they need to engage youth in the policy decision making, which these KPI have been incorporated in the last 2 years. So they came back to our office, to UNDP Thailand, and asking where can we get the youth leader. So this question never came up before since the last 2 years, since you have the high-level commitment of the government on engaging and empowering youth. So we told them that we have a great network of the youth participants, but the thing is that you should not just focus only the youth in the privileged group. I think you know what I mean, right? We need to localize the agenda. We need to focus on the youth in the marginalized group or the vulnerable groups. Those youth still need the opportunity to engage with the policy makers, and those are the real stakeholders who are facing the problems. So in the past few years, we engage with the policymaker like parliamentarian and engage with the them between them and the marginalized group, especially those from ethnic minorities and those with the disability, those in the LGBTI communities. So we engage them and let them to voice their concern regarding the upcoming registrations. We just have the new one coming up on the Climate Change Act. which we support the youth engagement with the policymakers. And a lot of recommendation, a concrete recommendation is coming from the youth. For example, the recommendations regarding the conservation area, which is coming from the ethnic youth minorities in the northern part of Thailand, that they really don't want to move out if the development project come. So we need to find a proper way to deal with this situation, to making sure that the youth is still can exercise their rights and have their rights to live in the good quality and a good livelihood after they're moving somewhere else. So something like this that we work a lot. And recently we also engage youth in another registrations on anti-SLAPP law, which is the Ministry of Justice is drafting the law to prevent the SLAPPs practice by the business sector. So as I mentioned, that we work a lot with young defenders in the past, and if they come directly to the government, some of them could perceive them as like the activists and not really like to engage them. We kind of like making ourselves to bridging the gap between the government and the youth leader in the sensitive topic like climate change and also the human rights violations. So again, I'm very pleased to see this conversation happen today and really want to take this forward. If any youth leaders or any organization would like to work with us on this agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. So for us, it was more about getting to the right decision maker. So for an example, last year, we were trying to reach out to the Foreign Secretary in order to just re-establish commitment to the convention and to get some work moving forward, and we just wanted to go straight to the top. The problem is when you want to go straight to the top, it can take a while to get there. So we wrote various different letters. We didn't get anywhere for months, and I do mean months. And then I don't know if it's like this in your country, but in the UK, in Parliament, you can actually turn up and see your local MP, and they have to see you. So we camped outside of Parliament, and we saw our MP. Within 14 days, we got to see the Foreign Secretary and get a letter signed to establish commitment to the convention. So that's probably one of our proudest achievements, but I think it's about perseverance and getting to the right person.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Ms. Sunika.
Sorry, I really missed the question. Could you please repeat it again?
So the question was, youth often face barriers when engaging in high-level policy discussions. In your experience, what are the most significant barriers to youth participation in global decision-making, and how can these be overcome?
Okay. So I think I have a lot to talk about in terms of mental health. So while working in mental health, it is extremely difficult for us to provide evidences first, because human experiences cannot be quantified. It is a qualitative data. And we do not have a systemic guidelines where we can provide those data in order to advocate for the rights and in order to get fundings for the mental health in communities in Nepal. So this has been extremely challenging for us. So right now, the mental health efforts, the mental health advocacy, and the implementation that we see are mostly in the crisis areas. But we are also in the process of seeing bigger crises and very devastating impacts of mental health after COVID-19. And we cannot even stress more than this that it is high time that we need to invest in mental health, starting from schools, communities, from workplace, and every other ecosystem that we live in. So this has not been a very easy journey for us in order to represent in the global platforms to advocate for mental health. There are very few organizations which are working in mental health currently, and they are extremely busy right now. They have been producing guidelines, evidences, research, and reports, but those come from very certain communities, and it does not as diverse as we expect it to be. So currently we are still working on it. We are still in process of providing evidences, of asking people to please include mental health in in their programs in schools and communities. So I would say that it's still in process.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. Now, I'm sure the audience have a few questions for you, so I'd like to open the floor to the audience for questions. And before you ask the question, make sure you raise your hand, introduce yourself, the organization that you come from, and also the speaker that you'd like to ask the question to. I think the lady right here raised her hand first, so please go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ritu Jain. I'm from Rajasthan, India, and I'm working as an education policy analyst at Rajasthan Patrika. It's a media group. And my question is with Sunika Joshi. As you have mentioned that you have been training women for stitching, tailoring. So in today's era, there's a huge competition with the companies and the machineries. Because 4 years back, I started an initiative where I used to train young women for tailoring, for labeling, clothing, packaging, and everything. But then, due to the upcoming machineries every day, literally every day, and machines works at a very low price when it comes to serving the market. So how are you planning to solve it in near future when there would be huge machineries and the cost for the handmade products by the women would have much higher range as compared to the machineries? So how would you tackle it in near future?
Thank you for the question. So I really relate to what you said, that we also have faced similar challenges, but our aim is not to have bulk production at all. So we are focusing on women's economic empowerment that leads to some products that are not adding any kind of burden to the climate, to the environment. So our mission has been very clear and very simple, and we do not aim to build on profits. So we are a social enterprise where we do not look for profits, but we are looking for investors so that the women that we are employing are not going out of job, so that the products that we build is also very small scale. We are not targeting large groups. So I think that is the business model we have adopted, and that is why we have been able to come this far. But I really relate, if we had been going for a profit margin and trying to take over the fashion market, then that would have been extremely challenging for us. So, but our mission is something quite different.
We'll take another question now, yes.
Thank you. My name is Bashir. I am the Executive Director of the Federation Hazara Council of Australia. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask the second question. My question is to Sean. Speaking of stronger partnership between governmental organization and marginalized communities, how can we create stronger partnership between intergovernmental organization and marginalized communities, such as the Hazara community from Afghanistan, to ensure that their youth have a meaningful voice in global decision making, despite the fact that given that they have been forgotten for 3 centuries and they've been persecuted and discriminated, and it is still happening in Afghanistan, and how we can get them engaged in the global decision making. Thank you.
Could you please repeat who the question was for?
Sean from UK.
I think he's talking about you, Mr. Elliott.
Sorry, for myself. So how do you get more, that's a really good question, actually. It's more about outreach for us, and what we've found is actually reverse mentorship has been a platform on which we've been able to do that. So what we've done is we've got youth involved with direct decision makers and making them see the value so they want to go out and then be more active themselves. So I'd try focusing on the reverse mentorship program, looking at education being a two-way dimension. So it's not just youth finding out and learning, it also goes both ways. And I think that gets forgotten about a lot, actually. And decision makers want to see more value being added to the policies that they're coming up with and disseminating. And youth definitely has a value there through reverse mentorship. So I can have a separate conversation afterwards about that, because it would take more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I would love to have a conversation. Thank you.
Oh God, I see quite few many hands raised back there. I think she raised a hand first. So could you please go ahead?
Thank you for the opportunity. So, my name is Tarika. I'm the former Asia Regional Representative of the Commonwealth Youth Council. I think any one of you can answer my question. So we were talking about a lot of marginalized communities, LGBTQ and minorities. But I'm talking from my experience. If you take Sri Lanka, if I state an example, Sri Lanka's main income is from the apparel industry, where the women workers, the employment of women in apparel industries as big as 78 to 87% of the total workforce. But they are not always considered as a marginalized community or a community which has a special need. But depending on the industry, depending on the business environment changes, depending on the country's microeconomic or macroeconomic situations, they are facing a lot of challenges, where sometimes I believe that they are not heard enough. So is there any initiative that we can discuss or take into consideration to make their voices are also heard?
I think Ms. Tarini would be the appropriate person to answer that question.
Yeah, if I may. Thanks a lot for the questions, and actually remind me about our programs targeting women human rights defenders. I think we have the same issues when we engage with the communities, especially those in the marginalized groups, which we call that. And the thing is that we need to sensitize, like, the genders aspect is actually really matters when we decide the programs and when we have the collaborations with our partner. And the thing that we found when we engage, I can share the experience from Thailand, that we engage a lot with the women human rights defenders in the marginalized community. And the issue that we found is that, sometimes they were seen as not a good women for the family, because their role is supposed to be the caretakers, to oversee and have a responsibility on the family matters. So when they're trying to advocate their rights and become the activists to advocate the rights of their community, the rights to environment, something like this had been prevented by their own family. So the things that we did in the past is that we have the special training for the women human rights defenders to build their skills and also their confidence when they engage with the policymaker. And also we focus on the pillar of access to remedy if the women human rights defender is actually facing the harassment from the business sector or the government, how they can seek the remedy from the existing mechanisms. And another part that we are working on is about working directly with the families and the communities where the women human rights defenders are living. So we're trying to engage with them and build the awareness that actually advocating human rights is the role for everyone, regardless gender. So we have seen some progress on this, that male community leaders getting more acceptance of the role of women who are stand up for their rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tarini. I see a lot of hands raised, but unfortunately we have very, very limited time on our hands, so I can only be taking 2 questions. I'll take one from the right and one from the left. So I'll take one question. Okay, I'll take one question from the lady in the pink blazer.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. This is Dr. Charlene, Youth for Human Rights brand ambassador for Washington, D.C. and for Guardians of Human Rights Florida Foundation. I have one question. Anybody can take my question. Ma'am and sir, you people were talking about youth decision making. So my question is, how youth will take their decision if the human rights subject is not there in school and universities? Because when you know your rights, then you are bold, rebellious, And then only you are powerful to take decisions. So my question, we are talking about confidence, we are talking about youth engagement. If youth, they don't know their rights from their grassroots, I don't think they will be bold and rebellious. And unfortunately, I come from India. In India, there is no human rights education in schools. We have in universities, but in law. But my question, only law students have the rights to know their rights? Why not others, those who are studying commerce, arts, or science? So please take my question and tell me what is your viewpoint.
I think, Mr. Elliott, you should go ahead.
Yeah, so before my current role, I was actually a lecturer at university, and one of the things that I embedded in the curriculum was the global challenge pathways. And admittedly, this can go a lot further, but it's all about interdisciplinary education. So when you talk about things like sustainability, healthcare, these all have aspects in every single subject, no matter what you're studying. And human rights should, with hindsight, should have actually been a part of that. So that's something that I will have to slap myself on the wrist and go back and change. But yes, it should be interdisciplinary. It should be in every single subject area, and not just at university level, at every stage of education. And human rights should be a part of that every step of the way through.
Yes, thank you. Everybody say that save girl child and educate girl child. But my signature tune is educate youth and save youth. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. Hello all, the honorable panelists and also all of the attendees. My name is Muhammad Karmazam, as one of the delegate from Indonesia. Today I would like to give several questions about this topic. The first question is, how can we ensure that the partnership between youth and intergovernmental organizations lead to the long-term sustainable impact in development country, rather than short-term projects that don't address systemic issue? As we know that in Indonesia, there is so many non-governmental organizations such as Dompet Duafa and Human Initiative that are representing good impact for collaborating between youth and also intergovernmental actions. But I see that the United Nations should giving the long project that not about the short-term project again. So that's all about my question. Can I get the explanation? Thank you so much.
Is there any specific speaker that you'd like to ask the question to?
Maybe for the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's actually very important question and challenging question for the UN personnel to answer, because the key of the project design is how we can make sure that the ownership will belong to the beneficiaries or the people who will take forward this activity, right? So the things that we are trying to do is that we, to make sure that our activity not just to build the capacity of youth, but to engage and empower youth so they can build and sustain their initiative in the long run. And also this initiative should not belong to the youth themselves, but also to relevant party. For example, if you like to work on the access to remedy for the young defenders, right? The government is actually the key who protect and to ensure the good protections of the defenders as a whole. So they need to work together, and UN would just be only like having the convening roles to bridging the gap between two of them. And our design of our activity in the last few years is that we need to ensure the sustainability of the programs in the long run. So again, after the project finish, after we don't have the funding from the donors, how we can sustain and letting youth to be part of the program and drive this forward. And we successfully did that through the initiative called the Youth Collab, which is the platform for the youth, especially the young innovators, to engage with the young entrepreneurs in Thailand. And UNDP create a platform where both of the stakeholders meeting together and pitching the ideas, and that ideas, if it successfully convince the entrepreneur, they will scale up and build these services in the future.
So we have done this in the past, and there are several products from the youth groups that actually become the prototype of the business products in Thailand. So I think something like this that we want to continue doing for UNDP.
Thank you so much. We've almost run out of time, so I'm sorry I will not
Can
be.
I add, sorry, I just want to add on that, on what has worked for us. So we have been working with different UN organizations, and something that was significant for us was developing a meaningful partnership rather than symbolic partnership. So it's not that we are just present in the conferences or in the meetings, but taking that partnership in a long way where we are co-designing projects, where we are co-implementing the projects. And in certain areas, if they've invited us to bring out solutions, then to establish a feedback loop where they say that you provided us this feedback and we use this feedback here, and these are the consequences, or these are the results. So also providing us accountability of where our suggestions are being used. So establishing this system has really worked for us. So that's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sunika. Now I'd like to request the panelists. We've often talked about the problems, the solution, but we have such inspiring young advocates in the room with us today. So I'm going to emphasize on this again. Please make it very, very, very brief. A message that you'd like to give to the young people here, very brief. If we could start with Ms. Sunika, please.
So today, something that has really stood out for me throughout the session is about stories, about what Dr. Mary had mentioned, and also the talk about peace. So when we are in a peaceful situation, when we are in a peaceful communities, we hardly notice that peace exists. But the absence of peace is devastating. So we need to act, we need to provide actions, and actions. And it has to be constant action. It cannot stop somewhere. It has to be an effort that we put in multiple levels. So I advocate for peace because it is directly linked with mental health. Thank you.
Yeah, just a brief one. I think everyone can be an agent of change for our society. As I mentioned at the beginning of this panel discussions, that we are seeing the youth, not only the target beneficiaries, but they are our key partner and also the leader who are shaping the futures. Even though Thailand is going to be a more aging society very soon, but the proportions of youth is still very significant, and they are very powerful purchasers, powerful innovators, where we cannot ignore. We need to include them and empower them in the development agendas, and also our human rights and rule of laws agenda in the country. So UNDP is committed to support the youth group and also the youth organizations, especially those in the marginalized areas, that we can work together to ensure that the sustainable development is at the agenda for everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Elliott.
So the challenges that we face, they may seem overwhelming, and that may be the case for most of you here, but when we work together, there's so much that we can do, and we can overcome, no matter what the challenge is, we can overcome that. And I just want to say to everyone that please reach out to each other, please support each other. We're all here, we're all friends, and we can drive forward the change that we want to see in the world with partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our incredible panelists. Let's give them a big round of applause. With that, I'd like to announce that we've come to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience, and so sorry I couldn't take everybody's questions, but you can always talk to them after the program is done. I'd like to end with a message today, and that is, let's carry forward the momentum from today's conversation and continue working together for a better and more equitable tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much to our panelists for the insightful contribution, and to our moderator, Ms. Casey, for guiding us through such a rich and thought-provoking discussions. I believe everyone here has learned something valuable about how we can work together to build a brighter and more connected world. Now, without any further delay, we really have so little time. Very much, we are very delayed. That's why I'd like to move on to our next panel. Panel 3, Digital Empowerment, the Role of Youth in Shaping Future Technologies. With this, I'd like to welcome Ms. Sunika Joshi. Leading us through this exciting conversation is Ms. Sunika Joshi, co-founder of DAFE Enterprise and a dedicated psychologist from Nepal. With her expertise in both entrepreneurship and understanding human behavior, Ms. Joshi brings a fresh perspective on how young people can leverage digital tools to create meaningful change. I now hand over the session to our moderator, Ms. Sunika Joshi, to guide us through this exciting dialogue. Over to you, Ms. Sunika Joshi, and please, a reminder that you only have 30 minutes to end up this discussion. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I'm back again as a moderator. So today we have very limited time, but then we have our esteemed panelists with us, and I just want to invite our panelists to the stage. Professor Sanjay Sindhu first. He is from Himachal Pradesh University and also Government of India. We have Dr. Alam, who is founder of International Human Rights Observer in the United States. We have Mr. Trai, who is the founder of Bursa Hukum, Indonesia's first legal marketplace. And we have Naveen Chetri, Mr. Naveen Chetri, who is the lawyer in New York City. Good afternoon, everyone, all the delegates. It's an honor to be moderating this distinguished panel on the critical topic of digital empowerment and the role of youth in shaping future technologies. Today's discussion will highlight how young innovators are leveraging technologies such as AI, digital inclusion to contribute on global goals and sustainable development goals. We'll explore both opportunities and challenges as we look forward to a future shaped by youth-driven innovations. I'd like to thank our esteemed panelists for joining us. We have a wealth of expertise in the room today, and I'm excited to delve some thought-provoking conversations on how technology can drive sustainable development. So I'll start with a very simple and basic question. We have heard a lot about digital innovation, digital rights. So please start with your introduction first. Please take this floor 2 minutes at least to introduce yourself and your work that you're doing. And also with a question, what does digital empowerment mean to you? I'll start with Professor Sanjay.
Okay, thank you very much. Myself, I'm Professor Dr. Sanjay Sindhu. I'm the professor in the Faculty of Law, Himachal Pradesh University, Republic of India. Now, so far as human rights are concerned, the sustainable development and the role of technology is concerned, may I tell you that so far as the Republic of India is concerned, it always responds to the kind of development which is taking place anywhere. May I refer, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, that was declared, the Indian subcontinental, immediately after 2 years, they have also passed the Constitution of India. The Constitution of India, which says we, the people of India, solemnly resolve to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and ensures justice, social, economic, political. So with the passage of time, whenever there was a demand from the international community, the Republic of India responded immediately. May I refer immediately that when the Stockholm Conference was there, where the United Nations mentions that we are bound to have the sustainable development. The first time the term has been used, which is otherwise a neutral term. Indian subcontinental has immediately responded. And it mentions, when we are talking about the sustainability, so it should be in the constitutional framework. And we are first in the world who referred under Article 48A about the sustainability, about the environmental sustainability. May I refer the second development, which was about the technology. When the information technology came, and the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law also referred about the latest development. Again, after Singapore, we remained second in the world, and we immediately responded about the development. That the development means that we need to have the kind of framework. But Indian subcontinental, when we are talking about the human rights, we are talking about Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I would like to give very clear answer here that the Republic of India, when they are talking about the rights, they're not only talking about the rights, but at the same time, we coterminous with the fundamental duties as well. So when we introduce the sustainability in the Constitution in the 42nd Constitutional Amendment, so immediately in the same year, we also introduce the fundamental duties. Because the fundamental rights, they are coterminous. If you're talking about the human rights are incomplete. So if you are having the fundamental duties, then obviously you will definitely have the kind of very easy implementation and the access to the human rights. May refer so far as the Indian human is concerned, so far as the young generation is concerned. If you go through the statistical data of 2023, you will find 53% population in India is using the technology. If you see at the international level, it's 67.1% which is using the technology. So meaning thereby that 2/3 majority of the world is using the technology. So technology is such a kind of wonderful, mean to attain the objectives of the United Nations, the objectives which are enshrined in the different constitutions in the different countries. So that's the core concern. So this technological development, Indian youth is quite inquisitive and they're responding. I will quote a simple example. When this information technology came into existence, there were some kind of provisions which were basically making the infringement in right to privacy. So India is an example where the youth, the young generation immediately responded. They filed the case in Supreme Court, and ultimately they declared, the Supreme Court declared that right to privacy is the personal inherent right, and there cannot be any kind of violation. So the information technology, which was based on the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law recommendations on that framework, but the constitutional provision was declared unconstitutional because of the intervention of youth. So Indian subcontinental, in that sense, is strong when they are responding to the kind of development.
Thank you, Professor Sanjay. Dr. Alam, I would like you to introduce yourself, but I'll also add a question because we have time constraint. So my question to you is, what role should young leaders play in shaping policies and frameworks that govern digital technologies, ensuring that they are aligned with human rights and equitable development goals?
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Ahlem Tertir. I am a human rights advocate. I am also a United Nations International Human Rights Observer, PhD in political science. I am a certified expert from UNITAR, the United Nations Institute of Training in Global Diplomacy and Social Justice. I know that you are exhausted after a lengthy day, and focusing for the rest of the day is difficult. But let me tell you a secret. I am also exhausted and drained from a prolonged flight exceeding 22 hours, during which I didn't sleep. However, I am delighted to be present with you today, especially with all the youth from all the world. And also, I am glad to visit for my first time Thailand. So I am going to just, your first question was, what is, yeah, no, because you asked it before regarding the digital empowerment. Yes, I will be short and brief.
Yes,
so the digital empowerment is the process of giving people the skills, the knowledge, and research to use digital technology to improve their lives. It's simple and clear. This is what means digital empowerment. Right now, let's focus what is the role of youth in the digital empowerment and also the human rights today. Today, youth are referred as digital natives. Why digital natives? Because in all our home, and I have 3 kids, each one has his laptop, has his phone, and he is in his room. So maybe he just came to ask money or to ask or to ask food. That's it, and cannot see any one of my kids because they have their own life. This is how is going on today. It's not the same life that we lived before. So for that, the youth are the leaders for tomorrow. They are the success keys, and you are the voices for diversity. The youth often describe it as the backbone of any society, play an important role in shaping the present and the future. Their energy, enthusiasm, and fresh perspective inject vitality into every aspect of society, driving progress and innovation across various domains. For me, you are the builders of a better tomorrow. The innate creativity and adaptability of youth make them natural innovators. Young-made minds are constantly pushing the boundaries of what is possible. Technology, but I want to tell something that is very important for me. Technology exists because of humans. And humans do not exist because of technology. We have to remember this. We create technology, so don't be slave to the technology. This is my advice for all the youth.
Mr. Trai, could you please introduce yourself and also answer the question, what is digital empowerment for you? If I may, can I add one more question, because I've been pressured to finish this in time, if that's okay with you. So I'd also like to ask, how has your startup empowered youth in Indonesia to access and utilize legal services through digital technology?
Okay, thank you, Sunika, for your question. Okay, my name is Trai Januar. I'm from Indonesia. I've been serving as a corporate lawyer for been like 14 years. I've been joining a prominent law firm, big firm, and the last is in United States, Pennsylvania. And then I come back to Indonesia, working for venture capitals, serving for investment, corporate investment. And then I established a legal startup, especially for legal technology in Indonesia. So I'm gonna answer your question about how has my startup empowered youth in Indonesia to utilize legal services through digital technology. So as a founder of legal technology, I've seen firsthand how digital technology can break down barriers to accessing legal support. And our platform has revolutionized the way legal services are delivered, particularly to young entrepreneurs and individuals in remote areas who previously faced difficulties in obtaining reliable legal assistance. The platform provides a space where young people can access affordable and timely legal services, empowering them to focus on building their business and project without overwhelmed by legal complexities. Digital tools have played a central role in how we bridge the gap between the legal world and the youth of Indonesia. By leveraging technology, we are making legal process more transparent, efficient, and accessible. Currently, we are taking this step further by initiating a community service in Bali, known as Low Labs. This project, in collaboration with university and organization that aimed at developing young legal talent and enhancing digital literacy among youth. Through internship and youth participation, we are not only creating a pathway for young individuals to gain hands-on the legal experience, but also encouraging them to play a role in the digital transformation of the legal services. Low Labs focus on simplifying legal community services, especially for both local and foreign participants, by incorporating technology into the legal frameworks to ensure faster and more inclusive access to legal support. In short, by empowering youth through digitalization, we are not only transforming the legal landscape, but also contributing to a future where legal services are accessible to all, helping Indonesia's youth thrive in a challenging and dynamic environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Try. That's very insightful to hear about your work. Now we have Mr. Navin. Please introduce yourself, and I'd also like to pose a question, and that is, how can we support innovation hubs and startups that empower young people to lead digital transformation efforts, particularly in industries critical to sustainable development?
Thank you. I'd first like to thank Mr. Rahul KC for giving me the opportunity very last minute to join this esteemed panel and share some of my thoughts and participate in this discourse. So I'd first just like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Nevin. I'm an attorney in New York. Some of the work that I do involves working on asylum cases, where we help applicants who have been persecuted in other countries seek asylum, whether it be from political opinion, religious beliefs, or membership in a particular social group. On the financial side, I'm also on the board for a credit union where we give financial literacy, financial education, and access to capital for low-income, marginalized, or low credit, no credit customers or individuals in the Nepali community in New York. And on the technology side, I'm also on the board of an AI company, Cethos, where we strive to democratize artificial intelligence in communities and for individuals. So I guess to answer your question, I think part of technology and startups and this whole ecosystem is really, it's driven by, well, the founders, so the youth, as well as other, mentors and advocates of the technology, as well as investors, policymakers, and a lot of the education that is required to give these the access and the opportunity. And so I think it's very much a broad-based framework because of the key stakeholders are in many different sectors. So I think it's more of a collaborative effort that is required. There needs to be access to the technology. There needs to be access to capital, access to the ability to make the technology happen, as well as the implementation of it. I think in the previous panel, an important point was made with respect to infrastructure, and as much as technology, has been said quite a few times today, that technology has very much been an important and very an everyday thing in our lives, that the infrastructure also needs to be there to meet that access in certain communities and rural areas. So I think it's more of a collaborative framework that's required on behalf of the private sector, the public sector, as well as policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navin. And I want to ask a question to all the panelists. Anyone can answer this. So as digital technologies continue to transform key sectors like health, education, even governance, what notable advances are you observing, and how are they shaping these industries in the present context?
Well, so far as technological development is concerned, you will find it's a neutral term, and the kind of penetration of technology, it's not only for the commercial activities. Primarily, if you go through the initial draft, you will find that when United Nations Commission on International Trade Law has framed, it was basically, there was a mind that it will be used for the e-commercial activities. But with the passage of time, the penetration of technological development, or particularly the computer technology, that remains so rapid, it enters in all the fields. You may call about education, it may be the e-medicine, it may be the e-governance, it may be the e-banking. You may see that it penetrates everywhere. And so far as this technology is concerned, the pace is so high that even the law is not able to cope up with the technological development. And you will find that OTT platforms, they are unregulated. And the majority of the youth, they are involved in those OTT platforms which are not fruitful. So one thing is very important as a bigger challenge, that how to divert the youth in that direction so that they may not involve in such kind of activity. There must be some productive activities that is important. Secondly, for youth, the technological development is basically for the integrated services in the banking sector, in the insurance sector, in the financial sector, in the commercial sector. And you will find that majority of the transaction which deals with the financial matters in the nature of any kind of acceptance, lending, investment, repayable, regarding withdrawal at the international level. So all the activities are online, and the financial system that is playing a very, very massive role. So the law is not able to, cope up with the kind of technological development. So sustainability can't be imposed on the technology. So we need to educate the young generation so that they may cope up with the technological development. And we must identify the areas where there is some kind of lapses, there is some kind of flaws, so that we can have the laws at the international level, at the national level, so that these kind of challenges can be addressed easily. That's my submission.
Yes, please.
So that's fine to have digital technology in health, education, and all the field. But my question today, it will be for all of you and also me. Do you have all access to this technology in your countries? Yeah. Okay. So all the youth, the kids, the child have access to technology in your countries. Really, I don't think so. I am from the United States right now, but also my original country is Tunis. So there is big difference between Tunis and the United States. In the United States, yes, we have all of us access to this technology, but in Tunis there is the rural area that they don't know how they can use a phone or a laptop, and they don't have any access to any technology. So my question is, it is fine, digital technology provide us a new means, open for us a new doors, but we have to make sure and to ensure that the benefits of technology are evenly distributed across gender, class, and location, and to make equity. We are here for human rights. Human rights is based on equity. I am sure here that in Nepal or in Thailand or in any other country, that I never visit this country, just I can imagine that many people, they don't have access to this technology. So for me, we have to stop talking and we have to start the action. The action is to unify for the best of our youth, the best of our kids, the best of our child, and to give them this access and to fight to make the access for the technology for all the people in all the world, and to fight for equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alam. I am in a lot of pressure to finish this within time, and I really, really apologize that we will not be able to take questions from the audience, but please meet the panelists after this session if you have any questions. But I'd like the panelists to give key messages to the youth present here today, if you have anything that you would like to ask or suggest from your experiences. We can start from Mr. Try.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I think young people are uniquely positioned to drive change because they are more adaptable to technology and innovation. I believe one way to overcome this challenge is by showing the tangible benefits of digital solutions whether that's making legal process more efficient, cost-effective, or accessible. Youth-led innovation that clearly demonstrate value and improve efficiency are more likely to be accepted by traditional sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Try. If you can go to Mr. Navin now.
So I think my message to the youth that are present today would be that the impact that you guys can make, I think really stems from, and perhaps this is something from my own personal experience, which is when I was younger, is sort of, you know, how do I take action, right? We've been talking about action, right? So how do I take action? And I think the best way that you can really try to do that is really try to understand what do you know, do well, or what do you like, and how that aspect can be driven towards taking action. I think that you know, there are definitely a lot of opportunities that technology has given us that you know, has lifted a lot of communities through entrepreneurship, through policies, through government change, through NGOs. But that's more on a macro scale. And I think on a micro scale, on an individual level, I think it really comes down to, you know, what do you really like to do, and what do you really want to do on a personal level, and how can you channel that energy and that that emotion and that drive to create change around you, and for yourself, for your family, and your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navin. Now let's go with Dr. Alam and then Professor Sanjay.
Okay, my message will be so simple. You are our hope. You are our pride. You are our inspiration. You are simply the change that we seek. So dare to dream, dare to do, be brave, be you. Maybe we failed to build for you good future, but for sure we are working to build you for the future and to be our savers. You are going to save us and to save this world. You are the keys of change in the future, and we are your supporters. We are your advisors. We are your lovers, and we are your protectors. Thank you.
Well, so far as technology is concerned, what I feel, it's my personal opinion, that we should sensitize the young generation about the use of technology. And for that purpose, I will come back to my original words, what I have started initially. That human rights, no doubt, they are the part and parcel, they are inherent, inalienable, basic, fundamental rights which are available to the individuals. And in times to come, definitely we will do that one. We are just having 6 years left out, 2030, to achieve the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, right? So time is less, and what I feel, instead of claiming the fundamental rights, let's go for the duties also. The duties towards ourselves, duties towards the society, towards the nation, towards the international community. Or if we are performing our duties, education that plays a very vital role. I'm not talking about that education which is traditional in nature. The education which is through the technology, the technological education, the online education. So more we disseminate, the more we educate, definitely the young generation, they will achieve the targets which are in front of us. Thank you very much.
As we conclude, I'd like to thank our panelists for their valuable contributions and for sharing their expertise on how youth innovations are driving progress towards sustainable development goals. Thank you for being a part of this important dialogue. I apologize once again for the time constraint. Let's continue working together for ensuring that technology empowers everyone, especially the most vulnerable, as we strive to achieve the sustainable goals. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sunika Joshi and our panelists for guiding us through such a thought-provoking discussion on the role of youth in shaping the future of technology. Your insights and the engaging conversation have truly deepened our understanding of digital empowerment. Let's give her another round of applause for her wonderful moderation. And now, as we bring day one to a close, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to each of you for your active participation and enthusiasm throughout the day. From the inspiring keynote addresses to engaging panel discussion and fruitful interaction during the networking session, today has been truly energizing and insightful. We hope the session have sparked new ideas and meaningful connections. Remember, what you've started today is just the beginning, and we look forward to carrying this momentum into tomorrow's session. As we wrap up, we still have time for group photo. That's why we needed to wrap up very soon. I'd like to invite everyone for a group photo to capture the spirit and memories of today's event. After the photo, we'll have an interactive networking session where you'll have a chance to connect with the fellow participants, share ideas, and keep conversation going on. Please gather here at the front of stage for the photo. And we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for another enriching day, starting at 9 a.m. Until then, have a restful evening, and we look forward to seeing you refreshed and ready for day 2. And the guests staying at Prince Palace will have the same routine as followed. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening here in Bangkok, Thailand. Namaste, Swadika.
We should have all the panelists and speakers in the front, and everybody else at the back. Panelists and speakers, or speakers and panelists.
Please make sure that we have panelists and speakers at the front row and the rest of us at the end, so we can take a proper group photo. Thank you so much.
Coming, right?
นดรูไปไหนล่ะ
แอนดรูน่าจะตกห้องน้ำจะไปไหน
พรุ่งนี้มาไหมพรุ่งนี้มาอีกไหมมาครับมาเจอกันนั่งตรงไหนกันนะเมื่อกี้พูดเลยตรงนี้นะครับอ๋อเยี่ยมเมื่อกี้ใครพูดเราพูดใช่ไหมครับอ๋อสุดยอด
แย่งกันคิดไปแล้วว่าพาเนลอื่นน่าจะแย่งกัน
แย่ง
พาเนลแรก
อาจารย์ก็โอ้โหตายมันบอกนั่งหัวเราะกันอยู่ไม่ทันเลย แต่ดีที่เธอได้พูดอาจารย์ฟังแล้วแฮปปี้มาก
நான் இந்த ஓரத்தில் வரைஞ்சிட்டு இருக்கேன்டா
บีบเข้าไป squeeze ยืดWhat this?
Both screen.
Can you see the screen?
I don't understand. Oh no, they're coming, huh?
Okay.
ต้องไปข้างหลังด้วยมีถ่ายข้างบนถ่ายข้างบน
ทีมโซนเขาดีนะครับกล้องเยอะมาก
พงมหาศาลเลยมันมาจากไหนบ้าง
กล้องห้อยกล้อง
ใช่ไหม
สอง
เต็ม
ตัว
ไปหมดเลยใช่แต่ละคนนี่
นั่งอยู่ก็เดินมาถ่ายนะ
เรานั่งเล่นเกมอยู่ก็มาถ่าย
เก๊กไม่ทันเลยทำทรงไม่ทัน
อาจารย์นั่งตอบเมลที่มหาลัยอยู่ก็เดินมาถ่ายเฉยเลย
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I would like to make a final announcement. We need to clear the hall before 5, so I request everyone to exit and we can have conversation outside the hall. And the guests living at Prince Palace, you can collect the dinner at the lobby Tower B by 7:30. And thank you.
Yeah, we need to clear the hall.
I understand. Outside because we have.
Photo stand. It's usually happens, No, never ever. We're not supposed to do that, actually. Yes, of course, yeah. That's why I'm organizing conference. You guys are attending. That is. Oh, you are. No. Photo. You are. No. You are. I'm not coming. I have to discuss something. Oh, seriously? You have ruined my photo. No. You asking? You can contact me or some. Oh, sorry. That is what. Okay. It was a huge acting, brother. Now I can't do that. Okay. So you guys need to understand what is human rights and all. Okay. Before that.